Good morning, folks, and welcome. I'm sure some of you had quite a trek in this morning, but we certainly appreciate you coming. Thank you so very much for joining us in person and virtually for our 12th annual Alzheimer's Awareness Conference. I invite you to get comfortable as we begin our day, and I invite you to join me in paying respect to the Mi'kmaq people of Abegweit, the traditional territory of several Mi'kmaq First Nations. The Mi'kmaq people have lived here for thousands of years. We offer respect and gratitude to all Indigenous peoples living in this region and recognize the importance of continued work to transform and repair the systemic issues that continue to perpetuate injustices. My name is Jaclyn Gallant, and I am a support services coordinator with the Alzheimer's Society of PEI. I work from O'Leary and support clients, including persons living with dementia, their primary caregivers, and other family members throughout Prince County. Across PEI, we provide a variety of supports, programs, and services to help families from diagnosis and throughout the duration of the dementia journey. We also offer education to healthcare providers, which I see many of you today, and best practices in care, advocate for improvements in policy and practices, and educate the public on brain health and risk reduction, and creating dementia-friendly communities. So we do a few things. We continue to advocate for and support more research into causes, treatments, and cures, and better care for dementia. With that said, I am delighted to be here representing the Wild West as we learn, share, and connect with each other today. Welcome. I would also like to welcome the ASPEI board members who are here today, and we are grateful for your ongoing support and valuable time and expertise. A very special thank you to our title sponsors for this event, Bayshore Home Health, who are over here. We appreciate the patience with the furniture move this morning. The Provincial Home Care Program, and ASI. We deeply appreciate your partnership and support. I encourage you to visit the information booths starting way in the back and going right up to the front here with Blair, and then Bayshore is over here on the side. They have all kinds of wonderful information and resources to gather, and they're actually pretty great humans too, so they're good conversation. Thank you also to our other sponsors, Harding Medical, and media sponsor Saltwire, and lastly to Eastlink Community TV for being here today and for sharing the conference on Podium TV. We have a very full day ahead of us, and I want to ensure everyone is comfortable in the space and has what they need. The washrooms are located way out in the lobby, and also, yes, so those are sort of the main washrooms, but these ones, there's a couple around the corner here. I think there's just a few steps to get up to these ones. So for accessibility, if you want to use the front, that would be great. The room is quite full, which is really great. This is a really great problem to have. And not really a problem. We're happy to have everyone here. But if you find it getting a bit noisy, you're welcome to go out to the lobby if you need a bit of quiet space. Please feel free. Yeah. Oh, okay. Please feel free to get up and move around if you need to stretch your legs, and help yourself to snacks and refreshments as needed. I have a hard time keeping still. If you ask my colleagues, it's not good. Them sitting beside me, my leg is shaking just about the whole time. I need to be moving. So if you need to do the same, you're welcome to do so. There are some agendas on the tables that show individual presentations and break times, so you can take a look at that. Also, please feel welcome to connect with our staff or volunteers in the room if you have any questions or concerns. Colleagues, ASPEI colleagues, if you want to stand up for a minute, just so that everyone can sort of see who you are and they can track you down if they need anything. So we have Laura here and Jamie. Shelley is standing at the back. Bronwyn is over there waving at us. All are lovely, very friendly. Don't be scared. Come and see us. Okay, so after every session, there will be some time for questions, and we invite you to raise your hand and we will bring you the mic if you're well behaved. We'll have to see. Or write your questions down on a piece of paper and a staff member will come and pick it up for you. For the folks joining online, we ask that you keep your cameras turned off and your microphones muted. Kristen Sherman, right over here. Kristen, I didn't even see you behind me when I got everybody to stand up. Gracious. So she is our online facilitator today, and you can communicate with her through the chat pod, which is located at the bottom of the Zoom window for all of you folks online. You can also chat with other participants there. If you have any questions for speakers, please feel free to type them in the chat pod and they will be relayed to us here in the room. The conference is being recorded and a link will be sent out to all participants once the video is edited and posted online. And now I'm seeing Mr. Nelson is here, our president of the board, and I'll invite him to come up and say a few words for us. Thank you, Nelson.
Jamie told me only a few words, so I'll be short. I'm the president of Alzheimer's, as she said, and there's a lot of work to be done over the next few years. And I find we're very lucky to have Jamie as our CEO. She's given us a new direction and a lot of new ideas. So that's it. Hope you enjoy your conference today.
Our man of few words. Thank you, Nelson. All right, so please join me in welcoming our first speaker of the day, ASPEI CEO Jaime Constable. On Monday, the Alzheimer's Society of Canada released the landmark study, Part 2, The Many Faces of Dementia in Canada, and Jaime will be sharing some important highlights for that. Jaime has worked in the community health sector, specializing in dementia care and senior care for 14 years. She is passionate about excellence in supports and services and an innovation to ensure continuous quality improvement. A born and raised Islander and UPEI graduate, she has also worked for 9 years in the health and community care system in Ontario, returning to PEI in 2019. Since being appointed CEO, her focus has been on the expansion of services across the island and the development of new programs to support families and to educate healthcare providers. So with that said, Jaime, come on up. I welcome you and enjoy.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Got some fans happening. Is everybody warm? We did ask them to turn up the AC, so hopefully that will happen soon. And I'm glad to hear the sound is a little bit better. Everybody okay at the back? Can you hear me? Perfect. Okay. Bear with me for one moment here. I just got to get us on the right PowerPoint. Bronwyn. Bronwyn, I need your password. I don't know what it's for. Where's the other? Oh, I can't. What? Yeah, it is. It was open. Do it again. No, no.
Sit. Put it up on the screen.
I have to share it. we go. Thanks for your patience. We had a last minute change in computers, so everything worked well yesterday and it's working okay today. So in the fall of 2022, the Alzheimer's Society of Canada released a new report. It was the first major report since the rising tide in 2011 to update the incidence and prevalence numbers for dementia in Canada. And recently, actually on Monday, we launched part 2 of this study, which is called The Many Faces of Dementia in Canada. And I'm just going to talk about a few little highlights. I'm not going to talk too much today because we have Madeline Wood-Alexander joining us, and I'm really excited to hear her presentation. But I encourage you to have a look at this study. It's available online. There's been a number of news articles written, and we have provincial findings that we can share with you as well. So let's look at some of the key takeaways. And then Madeline's actually going to be discussing some of these issues as well. So this report aimed to take a closer look at the different faces of dementia in Canada and really to highlight the diversity that's found within those who are at risk for developing dementia. The main topic areas of the report are about dementia and Indigenous peoples, ethnic and racial diversity of people affected by dementia, sex and gender differences in dementia, as well as distinct challenges in young onset dementia. And I'm just going to talk briefly about the implications for Indigenous peoples, as well as some of the ethnic and racial diversity issues here in PEI. So currently, as of this year, there's over 650,000 Canadians who are living with dementia. We know these numbers are going to increase dramatically by 2050. For us here in PEI, there's around 2,900 islanders who are living with the disease, and this number is expected to rise to 5,768 by 2050. 63% of those people are female. Now, that's an extraordinary number of unpaid caregiving hours as well that are provided by year, to the tune of 3.5 million hours by 2050. And it's really hard to fathom that number and to let it sink in. But that is a lot of time and energy and care that's being provided by family members. And we thank you for that. Just for a brief little bit of background, it's important to know that in their analysis, they're really looking at the many different risk factors for dementia. And there are some risk factors over which we have no control, like our age, sex, and our genetics, but there are other risk factors that can be changed or modified. And all of these interrelate and interact to determine what our risk and our chances of developing dementia are. And I'm not going to go into brain health today. I've already done that presentation, but it's really important for you to kind of look at some of these different modifiable risk factors. There are 12, according to the Lancet study in 2020. And then the social determinants of health are further contexts in which we find ourselves that can impact and influence the rate of risk factors that we have for dementia as well. So this diagram on the right-hand side is really, it's just a very simple analogy to show the impact of when we're born, we have a specific level of genetic risk factors. And then depending on our life situation, we will have certain modifiable risk factors that are either positive or negative in terms of an influence. And then we will also have social determinants of health that are affecting and impacting our level of risk. And they are all working together and they influence whether or not a person's cup will become full, so to speak, and the person will end up with a diagnosis of dementia. Now, here in PEI, there are two populations where the numbers are going to be increasing disproportionately to the rest. And for us, that is Indigenous peoples. There are about 2.1 million people with Indigenous ancestry in Canada. That's more than 50 nations and 70 languages. And what we know is that across Canada, in the next by 2050, there's going to be a 273% increase in the number of Indigenous peoples living with dementia, which is, again, another unfathomable number. It's hard to imagine what that looks like. And here in PEI, we're going to see an 83% increase. So compared to the rest of Canada, it's slightly lower. But in terms of relative to other populations, the increase is actually quite high. 83% increase is high. And so I encourage you, again, to have a look at these stats. I won't belabor them too much here. But what it means is that we need to start looking at some of these social determinants of health for Indigenous peoples. We need to understand more about stress and brain health, how racism is a barrier to healthcare for Indigenous people, and how it affects dementia care access as well. So future research as well, more research is needed that is Indigenous centered and Indigenous led. We need to work at breaking the cycle of racism in healthcare, and we need to look at the different services that are available and increasing services to those living both on reserve and off reserve. And that's here in PEI. There are other recommendations as well across Canada. Just something to think about as we move forward with our system here. The report itself is rich with many different stories that I encourage you to read. They really give a wonderful picture of people's lives across Canada. So moving on with ethnic and racial diversity, Canada is obviously considered one of the most multicultural countries in the world, and diversity is widely considered to be a fundamental value. But the population of people living with dementia is diverse as well, and it's also changing across generations. So what they found when they did this study is that rates of dementia onset varied widely between 6 different ethnic groups. Now, why are there differences in dementia rates across ethnic and racial groups? This is a really important research question, and you need to involve them in these individual communities and backgrounds in the research in order to know. But there are potential disparities regarding the risk factors that are common, social determinants of health that can negatively affect brain health in these communities. There are different genetic factors and biomarkers across the groups, and people from racialized communities can receive poor quality dementia care. So diversity itself it's still missing, even after all we've been doing in the last 20 or 30 years, it's still missing in dementia research overall. Now, here on the island, the important thing to note is that while there will be increases across a variety of ethnic groups, in particular, those of Asian descent who currently make up 2% of islanders living with dementia, by 2050, 24% of islanders living with dementia will be of an Asian descent. And I believe the report goes into more detail about exactly which Asian groups. I believe it's primarily Southeast Asian. But that's a really big jump from 2 to 24% of our population. And so again, as an Alzheimer's Society, we think about, okay, do we have our materials in the appropriate languages? And what are the languages that we need? Have we reached out to these communities to talk to them about what they need and how we can support them? And we hope the healthcare system asks some of those questions as well. So this figure is quite striking. And again, because it shows the relative growth of dementia across different ethnic origins. And you cannot see the growth of the others because the growth within the Asian population is so rapid and so high. So that's something that we need to consider a lot in the next between now and 2050 here on the island. I'm going to skip over this slide because Madeline is about to give us a lovely talk about sex-based differences in dementia. So there's some information in this report about that as well, but we're really looking forward to Madeline's talk. Now, as we talk about diversity, please know that indigeneity, sex, ethnicity, and age are not the only diversity populations to consider. There's also sexual orientation and dementia risk, care and support. There's those who are living with intellectual and developmental disabilities who will develop dementia and need specialized care. There are experience of those who are incarcerated, who are living with homelessness, or who are living through a journey of substance use or misuse. So we are all unique, but our shared characteristics and differences are important to recognize when we're planning our future supports. So finally, for me today, the report makes a number of recommendations, and it might not be easy to read these. I know I had a hard time on my slides, but I wanted to point out that the report makes recommendations for Alzheimer's societies, for the healthcare system itself, for the federal government and provincial governments, and for researchers. And so I encourage you to read the recommendations that might be specific to you about what we can do related to each of these very important issues. We will be sending out the links to the Landmark Study 1 and the Landmark Study 2 at the end of the conference as well, so that you can look at these up close and see them. So I want to thank you for your interest and attention, and I'm not going to take questions right now, but please feel free to come chat with me on one of the breaks. And I'm actually going to move over to introducing Madeline. So I'm very pleased to welcome our keynote speaker, Madeline Alexander Wood. And she's going to be talking about sex differences in risk for Alzheimer's disease and the implications for women's brain health. Madeline is a PhD student. She's working under the supervision of Dr. Jennifer Raven at the University of Toronto and Sunnybrook Research Institute. She's deeply committed to women's health and gender equity, both personally and professionally. And when she started her graduate training in neuroscience and psychology, she quickly became aware of the gaps in knowledge that exist around women's elevated risk for Alzheimer's disease. She decided to dedicate her PhD research to understanding sex and gender disparities in risk for dementia. And ultimately, she hopes that her research will shine a light on the critical importance of studying women's brain health in dementia science. She is particularly interested in vascular contributions to cognitive decline and interacting hormonal processes such as menopause. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you so much for the opportunity to share my work with you today. So to provide a bit of a roadmap of what I'll be discussing, I'm going to start off by talking about what Alzheimer's disease actually is, because I find it helpful if we can all start on the same page. From there, I'll move into talking about sex and gender differences in Alzheimer's disease risk and progression, and then launch into discussing some specific sex and gender-based risk factors that can influence sex differences in Alzheimer's risk, with a focus on genetics, cardiovascular health, and hormones and menopause. I'll end off by talking about directions for future research. So what is Alzheimer's disease actually? And I think it's helpful to clarify what the difference is between dementia versus Alzheimer's disease. So dementia is an umbrella term for a clinical syndrome that is characterized by a loss of memory and thinking abilities that's severe enough to impact and interfere with someone's activities of daily living. So you can see here, Alzheimer's disease is one cause under the dementia umbrella, but there are many other causes of dementia. And while there are many causes of dementia, Alzheimer's disease is by far the most common. So this is a neurodegenerative condition that accounts for around 70% of all dementia cases. This disease is characterized by two hallmark characteristic pathologies. One of them are amyloid plaques, which accumulate around the brain cells, and one of the other pathology is tau neurofibrillary tangles, which accumulate inside the brain cells. Together, these two pathologies build up in the brain and lead to neurodegeneration or brain volume loss, and ultimately dementia. Recent technology called positron emission tomography scanning, or PET scans, now allow us to see Alzheimer's disease pathology in the living brain. And this is important because for many decades, Alzheimer's disease could only be observed in the brain post-mortem or after death. These PET scans allow us to see both amyloid and tau in the brain. And on the screen here, there's some photos of what the PET scans look like. You can see that where the warmer colors are on the brain represents higher levels of amyloid and tau. And you can see that on the Alzheimer's disease patient's PET scan, so that's on the far right there, they have the highest levels of both amyloid and tau in their brain. And this PET technology that allows us to see the disease in the living brain has enabled us to discover that these pathologies actually start to accumulate in the brain many decades before clinical symptoms emerge. So we now know Alzheimer's disease is best conceptualized as a continuum with a very long preclinical or mostly asymptomatic phase. So this plot has time on the x-axis and declining cognitive function on the y-axis. And you can see out at the far right here is dementia. So this is our decline in memory abilities and thinking abilities that's severe enough to interfere with everyday life. But before people will progress to dementia, they'll usually go through mild cognitive impairment, which is a transition stage. And then before that, there's this long preclinical phase where the pathology is building up in the brain. And there might be very subtle changes in cognitive function that could be predictive of this dementia trajectory, but people are mostly not symptomatic enough to meet a diagnosis of MCI or dementia. So really, all of the interventions that we have attempted to treat Alzheimer's disease once dementia is already present have failed. And because of this, now researchers are focusing earlier on the disease trajectory to try to identify early markers that someone might be on that dementia trajectory, and hopefully identify interventions to prevent or slow that decline. So now that we're hopefully on the same page about what Alzheimer's disease is, I'll talk about sex differences in Alzheimer's disease. So 2/3 of individuals, as Jaime alluded to, who are living with Alzheimer's disease are women. And the sex difference exists even after researchers account for the fact that women tend to live a bit longer than men on average. As Jaime mentioned, the number of individuals both in Canada and globally living with dementia is rapidly rising. But because of sex differences in Alzheimer's risk, this rise will disproportionately impact women, such that by 2050, we expect that there will be 100 million women living with dementia around the world. And not only will there be more women living with dementia, but they will have a higher mortality risk. So among individuals who have Alzheimer's disease, women actually have a higher mortality rate compared to men. And this flips the pattern that I just told you about, where women tend to live longer than men on average. Among people with Alzheimer's disease, the reverse is true. And so these sex differences in disease vulnerability probably relate to sex differences in Alzheimer's disease pathology in the brain. So this figure that I'm showing you is data from an autopsy study. So these are people who enrolled in the study and consented to have their brains donated and autopsied once they died. And you can see amyloid on the left side, and that women have somewhat higher levels of amyloid on average in their brain compared to men. And tau is on the right side, and you can see that women really have quite a bit more tau on average compared to men. So this sex difference in vulnerability to the pathology probably relates to sex differences in risk that we see. So not only do women tend to have more Alzheimer's disease pathology, but among people who do have Alzheimer's disease pathology, women exhibit faster cognitive decline compared to men. So here are data from a study that used tau PET scans. So that's the technology I was referring to earlier, to look at whether people had Alzheimer's disease in their brain or not. And they had these individuals tested for their cognition or their memory and thinking abilities every year. So you can see time on the x-axis and cognition on the y-axis, and you can see on the left side of the screen, these are individuals who didn't have much tau in their brain, so they probably don't have Alzheimer's disease. And among both male and female participants, neither of them really declined much in cognition over time, which is what you would expect. But on the right side of the screen, these are people who had a lot of tau in their brain. So they probably did have Alzheimer's disease. And what you can see is that at some point, the females start to show steeper and faster cognitive decline compared to the males. So why are women at greater risk for Alzheimer's disease? And the short answer, it's $1 billion question, and the short answer is that we don't really know yet. And I would argue that this is because sex differences and women's health factors have been chronically, historically, and still are understudied in medical science. So the figure I'm showing you is a recent analysis that looked at thousands of studies published in psychiatry and neuroscience from 2009 to 2019. And they looked at whether these studies investigated sex differences. And you can see that of all of these thousands of studies, 19% of them used an optimal design for the discovery of sex differences. And all that means is that they used an equal number of males and females in the study. Only 5% of them did optimal analysis for the discovery of possible sex differences, meaning only 5% of studies actually looked at all to see if there was a difference between males and females. Of these thousands of studies, 27% used male-only samples. So that might mean men only, but it also might mean male rats or male cells. And that's contrasted to only 3% of studies that used female-only samples. So when I show you this, it might not be so surprising that we don't know much about Alzheimer's disease risk in women. But we do know a bit, and that's what I'll focus on for the next portion of the talk, is telling you what we do know about why women might be at greater risk. So here is a non-exhaustive list of risk factors that influence someone's likelihood of developing Alzheimer's disease that have been shown to differ by sex or gender. So these include things like cardiovascular risk factors, genetics, depression, chronic stress, education, physical activity, among others. I'll start off by talking about genetic risk factors. So you may or may not have heard of the ApoE gene. This gene is the strongest genetic risk factor for Alzheimer's disease, and it has 3 main variants. So you can have one of the 3 main genotypes. ApoE4 is associated with increased risk for Alzheimer's disease and for dementia. The second type is ApoE3, which is thought to be neutral in terms of how it will impact your risk for Alzheimer's disease. And then there's ApoE2, which is protective against Alzheimer's disease in the sense that people who have this gene have lower risk. And so while ApoE4 is the strongest genetic risk factor for Alzheimer's disease, it has some important sex differences in its effects. So on this plot here, you can see time on the x-axis and progression of Alzheimer's disease on the y-axis, where higher scores mean more severe symptoms. And you can see that women who carry ApoE4 in the red have faster progression of Alzheimer's disease by quite a bit compared to men who carry ApoE4, which is in the indigo color. And both male and female ApoE4 carriers show faster progression than men and women who don't carry that gene. So something I was interested in looking at was whether there were also sex differences in associations of ApoE2 with cognitive decline, or that protective genetic factor. So what we did was we looked at data from thousands of older adults participating in cohort studies. So they had their memory and thinking abilities tested every year for up to 30 years. And we looked at whether rates of cognitive decline differed by genotype and differed between men and women. And hopefully that's not too blurry, but what you can see here, this first plot I'm showing you is data from non-Hispanic white older adults. And men on the left side who were carrying ApoE2, which is shown in the red, had slower cognitive decline compared to women, or compared to men who were carrying ApoE3, which is in the blue. So there's a difference there. And then the ApoE4 carriers are declining the fastest. But in contrast, on the women on the right side, we see that the ApoE2 carriers in the red didn't really differ at all from the ApoE3 carriers in the blue, such that the lines are pretty much right on top of each other. When we saw these effects, we looked in a completely different data set of older adults, which is called replicating our findings, and we found a very similar pattern. So these findings suggest that possibly ApoE2 protection against Alzheimer's related cognitive decline could be specific to men, with ApoE2 not really providing much protection to women beyond ApoE3 at all. We also looked at non-Hispanic Black older adults, which was the second largest racial ethnic group in our cohorts. And unlike what we saw in non-Hispanic white older adults, there weren't significant sex differences in the effects of ApoE2 in the red relative to ApoE3 in the blue between men and women. So these findings really highlight the need to increase diversity in our research studies and our investment into understanding risk factors for dementia in diverse populations, because what we see in one group might not always be the same as what we see in others. So next, I'll speak a bit about sex differences in cardiovascular risk factors. So vascular risk factors are conditions that affect the health of the body's blood vessels. And these include things like having high blood pressure, smoking, having high cholesterol, and diabetes. Vascular risk factors are well known to increase your risk of having heart conditions, but they're also strongly associated with increased risk for Alzheimer's disease and dementia. And importantly, recent research has shown that links between vascular health and dementia risk differ between men and women. So we typically think, at least I did before getting into this area of research, that vascular risk is kind of more associated with men and that men might be at higher risk. And this is because men usually show a greater burden of vascular risk factors earlier in life. But when we look at high blood pressure, we see that right around age 60, as you can see on the left plot there, women will actually start to develop higher blood pressure compared to men. So while earlier in life, women will have lower blood pressure, they'll outpace, the increase in blood pressure will outpace that of men's around age 60. And if we think about this a different way, instead of thinking about absolute level of blood pressure, we think about elevation or change from baseline. You can see on the right plot here that women have consistently greater increase in blood pressure from baseline over the lifespan compared to men. And so when we think about that sex difference in vascular risk factors over a life course trajectory, it's maybe not surprising that in later life, women exhibit more vascular changes in the brain. So here's a study that looked at something called white matter hyperintensities. And these are vascular changes, which are visible on a brain scan, on an MRI specifically, that are strongly associated with both high blood pressure and also increase your risk of having stroke and Alzheimer's disease. So here on the plot, age is on the x-axis and white matter hyperintensity burden, or the amount that people had in their brain, is on the y-axis. And again, you can see right around age 60, the level of white matter hyperintensity in women increases past that of men. So we think that vascular risk factors in women, especially in mid to late life, probably relate to sex differences in Alzheimer's disease. And indeed, here's more data from an autopsy cohort study. And you can see that after they've died among men and women, women are more likely to have both Alzheimer's disease and vascular pathology in their brain together. So women are in the purple and men are in the blue, and you can see that the frequency of having both types of pathology in the brain is much higher in women. Just to the right of those bars, you can see that the rate of having cerebrovascular disease pathology alone is also higher in women compared to men. Okay, so the next category of risk factors that I'll speak about is hormonal factors. So a big one for women is menopause. And menopause occurs when women stop having menstrual periods. Usually this is around age 50, but the age can vary a bit. And at this time, women show a steep, rapid decline in estrogen levels. And that's in contrast to a slower and steadier decline in testosterone that men experience as they age. Something that's interesting to me is that right around menopause, we see sharp increases in women's risk for cardiovascular conditions and for dementia. And so some really cool PET scanning studies have shown that menopause is actually a period of particular vulnerability for women's brains in terms of accumulating Alzheimer's disease pathology. So here is some amyloid brain scans. I'll mention that these brain scans are average images. So it's not one individual person, but basically an average of all of the participants who provided a brain scan in this study. And on the top row, you can see asymptomatic perimenopausal women. So these are women who probably are early in the menopause transition and don't really have any symptoms yet. And level of amyloid is indicated by the colors, with the warmer colors indicating higher levels. So on average, asymptomatic perimenopausal women at the top didn't have much amyloid in their brain. The middle row is symptomatic perimenopausal women, and they are age matched to the other groups. So we know that age isn't necessarily what's driving this. And in these symptomatic perimenopausal women, compared to asymptomatic perimenopausal women, they show increases in the amounts of amyloid in their brain on average. And then finally on the bottom row are postmenopausal women, again, age matched to the other groups, who show the highest average levels of amyloid in their brain. So this doesn't necessarily mean that if you go through menopause, you will accumulate amyloid, but I think it does mean that there's something about the loss of estrogen in the body that makes women at higher risk during this period for developing Alzheimer's disease pathology. And not only is menopause broadly associated with Alzheimer's risk, but younger age at menopause is particularly detrimental. So you can see age at menopause on the x-axis, and you can see that women who went through menopause at younger ages, say 40 to 45, have higher risk for developing dementia compared to women who went through menopause at older ages, such as older than 50. This idea that earlier loss of estrogen is particularly detrimental has been corroborated by studies looking at women who've had their ovaries removed. So the ovaries before menopause are the body's main source of estrogen. So if you take them out, women will instantly experience menopause. You can see that women who had ovary removal or ovarectomy at younger ages in the solid black line have higher risk of having dementia at all ages compared to women who had their ovaries removed at older ages and compared to women who did not have ovary removal. So if menopause is associated with this increased risk for dementia, a big question for researchers and for clinicians is, can hormone therapy to replace some of that lost estrogen actually help protect against the negative effects of menopause? And so for those who might not be familiar, hormone therapy is medication used to treat symptoms of menopause. So this can be things like sleep disturbances, hot flashes, brain fog. And there are two main types of hormone therapy. The first type is estrogen alone, and this is taken by women who've had their uterus removed. The second main type is estrogen combined with progesterone. And this is taken by women usually who have not had their uterus removed, because the estrogen alone can cause an increased risk of endometrial cancer. So physicians add the progesterone in as well to offset that increased risk. They can be taken as pills, patches, topicals, or sprays. Hormone therapy first became available in the 1960s, and it was marketed as a panacea for women. And indeed, early clinical trials and observational studies showed that hormone therapy would be associated with improved health outcomes for women, including lower risk of heart disease and lower risk of dementia. But this rapidly changed in 2002 when the results of the Women's Health Initiative study were published. So this is a relatively famous study that was a randomized trial, assigned women to take either hormone therapy or placebo, and it included tens of thousands of women. And unfortunately, this study was stopped early after finding that participants who had been assigned to take hormone therapy had greater risk for breast cancer, stroke, and blood clots in the lungs. There was a sub-study that was done in women who were 65 years of age or older called the Women's Health Initiative Memory Study. And this sub-study found that women who were taking combined estrogen and progesterone hormone therapy had an increased risk for dementia compared to those on placebo. So after this study results were released, hormone therapy prescriptions dropped steeply. So this was in 2002, and levels of hormone therapy prescription in North America anyways haven't recovered to what they were in the 90s since then. In the 2 decades since this study had been published, we now know that it's very complicated, and there are a lot of factors that can influence your outcomes with hormone therapy. 2 key ones being type of therapy and timing. So here's a schematic summarizing the general consensus on hormone therapy as it relates to Alzheimer's risk. On the left side is estrogen-only hormone therapy. And I know that might be a little bit small, but you can see that if women take estrogen-only hormone therapy around the time of menopause, that's associated with a decreased risk for Alzheimer's disease. If estrogen-only therapy is taken later, like in late life or long after menopause has occurred, there's a neutral effect, usually in studies, with possibly a small non-significant risk increase. On the right side is combined estrogen and progesterone, and you can see that a bit different from what we see with estrogen only. If women take this combined hormone therapy near menopause, studies usually see a non-significant, moderate-sized decrease in risk for Alzheimer's disease. But if women take estrogen and progesterone only hormone therapy long after menopause or in later life, we see a moderate risk increase for Alzheimer's disease. And this was the population that characterized the Women's Health Initiative Memory Study. So with all of this evidence at this time, here are what clinicians recommend for women to take hormone therapy. So for women who are nearer to menopause, say less than 60 years of age or within 10 years of menopause, hormone therapy can be helpful to treat vasomotor symptoms of menopause and to help prevent bone loss. However, for women who are long after menopause, so more than 10 years from going through menopause or older than 60 years of age, usually hormone therapy won't be prescribed. The benefit-risk ratio is not as favorable because there might be increased risks of heart disease, stroke, blood clots, and dementia. So right now, in the absence of more definitive findings, hormone therapy isn't recommended at any age to prevent or treat cognitive decline or dementia. And so we know vascular risk factors and hormonal factors both show sex differences and probably influence sex differences in Alzheimer's disease. But do they work together? And this is something I was really interested in because usually these risk factors are studied in isolation. But I wanted to know, do elevated vascular risk and earlier age at menopause together drive greater Alzheimer's risk in women? And so to answer this question, we studied nearly 9,000 postmenopausal women participating in a Canadian observational study. And what we saw was these factors do work together to increase Alzheimer's disease risk, such that at higher levels of vascular risk, women with earlier menopause have lower cognitive scores compared to women with later menopause. So you can see on this plot, vascular risk is on the x-axis and cognition is on the y-axis. And you can see that at the left side of the plot, at low levels of vascular risk, there's not much difference based on menopause age in terms of your cognitive outcomes. But as levels of vascular risk increase, so at high levels of vascular risk, women who went through menopause at earlier ages have more cognitive decline compared to women who went through menopause at average or later ages. We also looked to see whether this effect differed based on women's history of hormone therapy. And the short answer is that it didn't. So we saw that the combined effect of vascular risk and earlier menopause on more cognitive decline was the same in women who did and did not take hormone therapy. However, we did see that hormone therapy was associated with higher cognitive scores among women who had earlier ages at menopause, regardless of level of vascular risk. So women who took hormone therapy, who are shown in the blue there, have better cognition if they went through menopause at earlier ages compared to women who didn't take hormone therapy in the pink. And so these findings really highlight that vascular risk and hormonal factors probably do work together to influence what a woman's risk of cognitive decline will be. And already we know that protecting your heart health is really important to promote brain health in aging. And I think the results of this study that I just showed you provide evidence that this might be especially important in women who went through earlier menopause. So really we should be looking at not risk factors in isolation, but contributions of multiple sex-specific risk factors when we're investigating sex differences in Alzheimer's disease. Okay, and so the last bit of my presentation will discuss directions for future research. And so we have all of these risk factors that influence sex differences in Alzheimer's disease. But how do we break these links to close the sex and gender gap in Alzheimer's risk? Well, research has been converging on the need for a life course approach to promoting women's brain health. And this is because we're learning now that factors present very early in life, such as education, hormonal contraceptives, physical activity, can influence Alzheimer's disease outcomes decades later in late life. And really what research needs to focus on is learning more about how sex-specific risk factors across the life course influence sex differences in Alzheimer's disease and identifying interventions to prevent Alzheimer's disease as early as possible. And I will say that something that's often missing from this is consideration of sex differences in the global context. The vast majority of Alzheimer's research has been conducted on Western populations, which is a problem for sex differences because we know that things like gender roles, gendered access to things like education and healthcare, gender-based discrimination can vary widely around different cultures, different times in history, and different geographical locations. We know very little about women's brain health in aging in a global context. And some of this we can start to address here in Canada. Canada is a very diverse country, with Toronto especially being one of the most diverse cities in the world. And two of the largest non-white racial and ethnic groups in Canada are individuals of South Asian and Chinese descent. Yet they're so underrepresented in Alzheimer's research. And this is a problem because the limited research we do have suggests that these individuals might have different vascular risk profiles compared to white individuals. So South Asian people tend to show a higher burden of vascular risk factors, higher risk of heart disease and stroke. And while East Asian people tend to show a lower burden of vascular risk factors compared to white individuals, they are more susceptible to high blood pressure and to bleeds in the brain. And we don't know whether these differences in vascular risk factors translate into differences in Alzheimer's risk in these populations. This is especially a problem for women because women of color might generally experience earlier menopause than white women and show different rates of hormone therapy use. So part of my PhD research is to investigate how vascular risk factors, menopause history, and hormone therapy together influence Alzheimer's risk in postmenopausal Canadian women of South Asian, East Asian, and white ethnicity. And to do this, we'll look at Alzheimer's brain changes on brain scans, Alzheimer's disease pathology in the blood, and thinking and memory changes. I'm going to address these aims in my lab's CAMERA study, or Canadian Multi-Ethnic Research on Aging study, which is a cohort study led by my supervisor, Dr. Jenny Rabin, and doctors Naga Gubran and Sandra Black. And through this study, we're recruiting 300 East Asian, South Asian, and white individuals aged 55 to 85 years old who are cognitively unimpaired at baseline and will be followed for 5 years. We currently have 100 participants to date, which is very exciting. So the participants undergo a range of assessments, including brain scan, blood draw, cognitive testing, health history, vascular risk assessment. And we'll use all of this data to look at sex differences in Alzheimer's risk and whether these sex differences differ by racial or ethnic group. And so here's the final thing I'd like to end on. It's kind of disheartening sometimes for me to think about all of these different sex and gender-based risk factors. But the positive note is that with the exception of genetics, I think all of them could be modifiable. Some of them will take more research and higher level public health interventions to modify, while some of them, things like getting enough sleep, being physically active, managing cardiovascular risk, and keeping your brain active are things we can all do today to help protect our brain health. And I really believe that by better understanding these sex and gender specific risk factors, we'll better understand Alzheimer's disease, and it will lead to better interventions to prevent and treat Alzheimer's disease in men and women. Thank you for listening.
We have about 5 minutes for questions. So maybe we'll take about 3 questions. Laura, go to the other side of the room. So just raise your hand and we'll bring you in. I'm 54 right now, and I may say 54 for 2 years. So I'm going through menopause as we sit here. I have the fan, I'm healthy. Memory is gone. You know, and the fog and everything that you have said that is happening. So I went to my doctor 2 weeks ago and said, this is all happening. This is not good. I'm not happy with the way things are going right now. And then this just proves that hormone therapy is something that we can consider, but I was shut down. No, can't have it. I don't believe in it. I want you to just go through it. Oh, that's nice. Not nice at all. And it was a man, not putting them down because they don't know. That's the kicker. Anything. So just where do we go from there is my question.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that experience and raising that point.
Can you repeat the question for people online?
For sure. So the question was from a participant who in the conference who is going through menopause and was told by her physician that he doesn't believe in prescribing hormone therapy and that she should just go through it. And where do we go from here? And I think that I'm not a medical doctor myself, so I don't provide medical advice. I just study hormone therapy from a scientific perspective. But I think that this is why women's health being ignored for so many decades is such a huge problem, because that your experience is like that of so many other women. And I think women's health concerns, and especially around things like menopause and reproductive health, have often not been taken seriously in the clinic. So this is why I'm pleased to say that in recent years, researchers have really been interested in reopening the question of hormone therapy, because I think that what happened was after the Women's Health Initiative study results were published, it was kind of case closed, end of story, no more hormone therapy. But we know now that the story is much more complicated than that. And we really have so much still to learn about how things like menopause and hormone therapy affect women's brain health. So yeah, I'm sorry you had that experience. I don't have a good answer right now, but I think that with the culture shift and greater prioritization of women's health research in the US and Canada, things will start to change.
We have a question from people online. So, and can you repeat this as well? The question is, has there been any research around adverse childhood events and rates of Alzheimer's disease or mental health comorbidities?
Yes, so the question from online was, is there any research on adverse childhood experiences and mental health and comorbidities on risk for Alzheimer's disease? And the answer is absolutely yes. This is not my area of expertise, but both adverse childhood events and things like mental illness, including depression and anxiety, are associated with increased risk for developing Alzheimer's disease. And that really points back to what I was showing you with the life course approach and the importance of intervening from a public health perspective as early as possible to promote brain health throughout the life.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. I'm from Wally. So when you're talking about studies in menopausal women, are you speaking of women who have reached menopause, or are you speaking of perimenopausal women? Because when I'm looking at the chart and the numbers, I'm just wondering if there's studies being done in that perimenopausal shift where maybe hormone therapy could be helpful there versus in the when they reach menopause. I'm just wondering where the studies are being done.
Yeah, that's a good question. So the question was about when temporally the studies are being done relative to women's menopause status. So are studies being done while women are going through perimenopause versus after menopause? And that was a big problem with the Women's Health Initiative study. And that was a reason why the study was criticized, was because the trial recruited women who were mostly already postmenopausal and were in their mid to late 60s and assigned them to take hormone therapy versus not. And that's a problem given that we know that when you take hormone therapy relative to menopause is really important for modifying its effects. Some of the other data I did show you were done on perimenopausal women. So the slide with the amyloid brain scans, they looked at actually changes in the brain across the menopause transition. But for sure, a lot of studies are retrospective in the sense that they look backwards in time to when women went through menopause. And I think that capturing that transition will be really important for reaching more precise conclusions about how the menopause transition impacts the brain.
Thank you so much, Madeline. Your talk was so fascinating, and our team at ASPEI is currently made up of all women, not purposely, it's just the way it went. So we were all very much looking forward to this. So thank you very much. Next, I'll introduce our next presenters, Mark MacKenzie and Julie Dennis. So Mark joins the specialty dementia team as the physiotherapist lead. He completed his Bachelor of Science in Human Kinetics at St. FX in 2005 and his Master in Science in Physiotherapy at Dalhousie in 2009. He spent much of the past 15 years working with individuals requiring neuromuscular rehabilitation, as well as providing general orthopedic care. Mark has worked both in the private and public sector and held a board of directors positions with the Canadian Physiotherapy Association, PEI College of Physiotherapists, and was president of the PEI Physiotherapy Association. He is passionate about providing optimal, individualized care to his patients, health promotion, and improving access to high-quality health care for islanders living with dementia. So that is Mark. And with him, we have Julie Dennis, and she is an occupational therapist with 17 years of clinical experience in a wide range of healthcare settings, including complex continuing care, home care, acute care, restorative care, rehabilitation, outpatient complex seating, and most recently, long-term care with a focus on geriatrics and memory care. Originally from Ontario, Julie is a graduate of Queen's University, where she obtained both her Bachelor and Master of Science degrees in occupational therapy. She is thrilled to join the new interprofessional specialty dementia team as the occupational therapist lead, where she can support and empower aging adults, and looks forward to making a positive impact in the delivery of quality dementia care on PEI. So with that said, I'd like to welcome you both. Come on up.
Thank you, Jaclyn, for the warm introduction. Welcome, everybody. As Jaclyn mentioned, my name is Julie Dennis, and I'm the OT lead on the new dementia specialty team. Together with Mark MacKenzie, our physiotherapist lead, we are thrilled with the invitation to be able to speak with you today about what we consider to be an exciting development for dementia care here in PEI. Forward a little too fast. There we go. Based within the Provincial Geriatric Program, the new specialty dementia team is an innovative, multidisciplinary team whose mandate will be supporting persons living with dementia, their care partners, and the frontline healthcare staff and community organizations who support them. Today, Mark and I will have the privilege of sharing with you our team vision, role, and future services. But before we can talk a little bit about where we're going with regards to dementia care here in PEI, we first have to talk a little bit more about where we've been. In 2019, Canada released its first ever national dementia strategy. This strategy set out a vision for the future of dementia care in Canada and identified common principles and national objectives to help guide actions by all levels of government, non-governmental organizations, communities, families, as well as individuals. What was important about this publication is that for the first time, as a country, dementia was identified as a public health concern and one which needed to be prioritized. This strategy set out 3 national objectives to oversee dementia care initiatives in Canada. These 3 strategies included dementia prevention, the advancement of therapies and finding a cure, and improving the quality of life for people living with dementia and their caregivers. Providing a solid starting point and a coordinated approach to dementia care across Canada, This strategy laid out a clear mandate for tackling dementia at a federal level. What this strategy did not do, however, is provide a plan for implementation with clear measures to ensure success, nor did it clearly identify current jurisdictional gaps in care provision at a provincial level. Over the past decade, we've seen the release of several provincial dementia strategies that were released both prior to and following this 2019 publication. In 2022, CanAge, Canada's National Seniors Advocacy Organization, released a cross-country report looking at dementia readiness at a provincial and a territorial level. Unsurprisingly, the report revealed that not one province or territory is considered dementia ready. While some jurisdictions are more advanced with regards to the resources they have in place, CanAge ranked PEI in the bottom 2 provinces for dementia preparedness. This was largely attributed to a lack of resources on awareness and early detection and diagnosis of dementia for both the public as well as frontline healthcare staff, a lack of established care pathways to untangle the complicated navigation of the healthcare system, insufficient resources for care partners, dementia not being recognized as a public health priority, and finally, a lack of dementia-friendly communities. So you may be asking, like we did, what is the current PEI dementia strategy? PEI's current provincial dementia strategy is embedded in the Seniors Provincial Action Plan. This action plan was first published in 2018 and further updated in 2021. 4 themes were deemed priority initiatives in this action plan, and these included aging in place initiatives, age-friendly communities, active aging, and finally, support for upstream endeavors, meaning initiatives that focus on proactive measures in the healthcare system rather than simply being reactive. We have to dig a little bit deeper into the Seniors Action Plan to find the elements that are dementia specific. In the 2018 version, 3 action items were identified. The first being strengthening the healthcare system's understanding of dementia care, enhancing geriatric and dementia training for healthcare providers, and initiating a public health campaign to focus on dementia awareness. In 2021, a 4th initiative was added to continue to monitor the progress of dementia awareness and training. Even with this, dementia care continues to be a broad set of ideas, fragmented, and frankly difficult to navigate within our healthcare system. So the question remained, how do we bring this all together to form one cohesive and comprehensive provincial dementia plan? To help answer this, Mark will now speak to the more recent developments within the Provincial Geriatric Program regarding initiatives to further advance dementia care in PEI.
Great, thanks, Julie. So continuing down the timeline, we get to February of 2022, and a Health PEI steering committee led by Dr. Martha Carmichael and a few others engaged with consultants and other stakeholders, including the Alzheimer Society of PEI, to begin moving work forward on PEI's Dementia Specialty Services project. Included in that work was aligning what we heard from those consultations with those Canadian dementia strategies that Julie just mentioned. So while life on the island is unique, the impact of dementia on individuals, families, communities, and the healthcare system as a whole is similar regardless of jurisdiction. Unsurprisingly, there were many common issues identified during the consultations. In fact, there was a total of 20 key findings that were identified and categorized across these 6 main focus areas that we see here. I won't go through all 20 key findings, but just a couple of things that were heard. Those without primary care providers face barriers to accessing services, including seniors' mental health. Families are not accessing services until they're in crisis, and they don't often know who to go to and what for. People living with dementia are in increasingly more complex living situations, and that respite options are lacking. There's also, unfortunately, low volunteerism to support community-based organizations. We also have no consistent approach to dementia-specific training for staff, and that results in lacking a consistent approach to care for people living with dementia. In terms of the system, we have no formal collaborative approach, no formal provincial strategy. Referral processes and follow-ups are not integrated, and they're not known to many other frontline providers. And as Julie mentioned, there's no dementia-specific programming or respite care. So in addition to those 20 key findings across the 6 main focus areas, 2 new functions were outlined to support the recommendation of a multidisciplinary dementia specialty service team, whose purpose is enhancing community-based dementia care, Those 2 areas are best practice and knowledge sharing, and system coordination and planning. Now, Julie's going to speak more to those 2 functions in a couple of minutes. I just want to highlight the steering committee report also provided an implementation and evaluation framework, as well as several key outcomes. I don't know if you can see that on the slide, but what's embedded throughout the program design is continuous engagement with our stakeholders. So again, staff within Health PEI, other government organizations, including the Alzheimer's Society. The program's designed to be adaptable to the changing needs and circumstances. So as a result of all that hard work completed by the steering committee and external stakeholders, resources have now been allocated to establish the dementia specialty team, and we do have a vision. So our aim is to support healthcare staff and partners of people living with dementia to allow people to live in their own homes longer with improved supports and programming. We're hoping to reduce the need for visits to emergency rooms and other acute care services. We want to avoid early institutionalization in long-term care facilities, and most importantly, improve the quality of life for persons living with dementia and their care partners. Julie's going to talk more about how we're going to work towards that vision.
Great, thanks, Mark. So in keeping with the National Dementia Strategy, the Dementia Specialty Team will be guided by 2 of the 3 national objectives, including dementia prevention and improvement of quality of life for persons living with dementia and their care partners. We aim to explore opportunities to leverage and build on existing programs within and external to Health PEI to further advance care for persons living with dementia here at home. So on a practical level, what is that going to look like? So in the area of best practice and knowledge sharing, we will look to collaborate with other organizations like the Alzheimer's Society to share best practices and raise awareness about dementia and improve education to persons living with dementia and their care partners. We will advocate for and assist in the creation of a cohesive provincial dementia strategy, complete with a tangible action plan. This will build upon some of the great work that has already been done by the Alzheimer's Society, linking in research-informed practices and drawing from lessons learned from programs and services that are working in other jurisdictions. We will look to provide best practice resources to departments and programs across Health PEI with dementia-specific information. We will look to provide dementia-specific expertise to frontline healthcare staff in the form of resources and education. Additionally, we will look to serve as consultants to best support those experiencing behavioral and psychological symptoms of dementia, which, as we know, is one of the most reported challenges in dementia care across all care settings. In the area of system-wide coordination and planning, we will endeavor to help the development of dementia clinical pathways for frontline healthcare providers, so they are empowered to provide the right care at the right time. This would include better access for primary care clinicians to the right tools to diagnose dementia, refer to the First Link program through the Alzheimer's Society, and provide ongoing management. We will assist in the development of a consistent approach to dementia care throughout all healthcare settings to allow for a more supported and integrated approach, especially during times of transitions of care, where we know persons living with dementia are more at risk for experiencing cognitive and functional decline, which in turn leads to poorer outcomes. And finally, we will look to advocate for, collaborate on, and initiate a consistent approach to best practice dementia care training for all healthcare practitioners across the continuum of care. I will now pass it back over to Mark to introduce you to our team.
So I'm sure you're all just wondering who these fantastic people are that are gonna be on this team. Unfortunately, Dr. Martha Carmichael couldn't be here today, but she is our program leader. I'm sure many of you know her already. She's a compassionate, caring geriatrician who brings a wealth of experience and knowledge to the team. She'll work both as a clinician, but she'll also help with interpreting data and hopefully expanding services in the future. I've worked with Dr. Carmichael in the past on other projects, and I have to say I'm thrilled about this opportunity because I know not only is she an excellent clinician, great with patients and their families, but she's an excellent leader and a great teammate. And I'm sure she was hoping she could be here today. And there's going to be a physiotherapist on the team, as we were already introduced to, Mark MacKenzie. For those of you who don't know what a physiotherapist does, we're primary care providers that specialize in human movement. So typically we would work with a person looking at things like range of motion, strength, balance, coordination, endurance, probably assess how they do certain functional tasks, like maybe getting up and down from a chair or watching how they walk. And then we make, set goals and make recommendations based on those findings. So oftentimes that could look like prescribing an exercise program or making recommendations about how to modify an activity, or sometimes it might be saying perhaps you should, consider using a walker, or a gait aid, an assisted device of some sort. As a consultant on the dementia specialty team, the main goal is to optimize mobility and independence for persons living with dementia. We know walking is an important activity for maintaining independence and quality of life. We know that exercise has many health benefits, including protection of the brain, improving cardiovascular health, decreasing some of those risk factors that Madeline just spoke about. And there's also some evidence that can suggest early detection is possible through certain types of analysis of gait. So getting people to perform multiple tasks while they're walking. So those are some areas that we're looking at as the physiotherapists on the team. Another focus will be on increasing opportunities for participation in safe and enjoyable physical activities. We need to be creative with our approach to fall prevention. So of course, it's obviously important to prevent falls. That's a key quality indicator in any healthcare facility. But our strategy can't be to make people bedbound. So we have to rethink our staffing models, how we design our built environment, and looking at our programming to ensure that we're providing safe spaces for people to be physically active, aiming to meet Canada's 24-hour movement guidelines for older adults. And another focus of mine is going to be on dismantling any existing biases or therapeutic nihilism that exists within the system. I mean, for 15 years, I've heard it too many times, someone that has dementia can't get better. So instead of being referred to rehab services, the consult goes to palliative care or a referral to long-term care. But persons living with dementia can benefit from physiotherapy and they can get better. It's just that it needs to be delivered in the appropriate framework. So 4 key elements of that framework would be the relationship, communication, the built environment, and motor learning principles, of course. So I'm going to work really hard with providers across the system to ensure that that's well understood, that people will benefit from rehabilitative services. And rounding out our team, at least for this initial stage, is my outstanding colleague, occupational therapist, Julie Dennis, who I will let introduce herself and her plan.
Thank you, Mark. So for anybody who's not familiar with what an occupational therapist is, and I'll put my hand up that I'll be the first one to say that I didn't know before I went into occupational therapy, or somewhat before I went into occupational therapy. Occupational therapists are regulated healthcare professionals that engage persons of all ages throughout their lifespan in occupational participation for accessing, initiating, and sustaining participation in those occupations that have meaning and value in a person's life. Occupational therapists are person-centered, using a holistic and strength-based and collaborative approach, focusing on the relationship between the person, the environment, and their occupation. OTs use their clinical expertise and skills to work collaboratively with individuals, families, teams, communities, and systems to co-create plans to honor and support autonomy and independence within occupational participation. On a practical level, occupational therapists help find solutions to address the meaningful everyday activities of daily living. On the dementia specialty team, my role as occupational therapy lead will be to support individuals with dementia to participate in meaningful self-care, productivity, and leisure activities, and in developing safe and supportive environments in which they can do just that. Recommend evidence-informed strategies for frontline healthcare staff to best support persons living with dementia in the performance of their daily activities, maintaining functional mobility and optimal independence. I will advocate for, engage with, and empower care partners to care for persons living with dementia that they support, and to help keep them in the environment which best meets their care needs. I will work with other OTs and frontline healthcare staff to provide the skills that they need to best work with families and care partners to adapt to their changing roles. I'll look to help to organize a coordinated approach to dementia care training for frontline healthcare staff. And finally, provide behavioral support outreach through consultations on best practice, non-pharmacological interventions to address challenging behaviors and expressions of unmet needs.
All right, so obviously everyone, we recognize that a lot of fantastic work has been done up to this point and that great supports do exist. So kudos to all the people, especially the Alzheimer Society, for all the work they've done, and lots of people at the Department of Health and Health PEI as well. But there's much more work to be done. So when we look at our next steps in the coming months, we will be engaging with stakeholders, so including staff of Health PEI, other government departments, and other community organizations, developing a best practice toolkit and clinical pathways for those working in primary care, creating a framework for a dementia clinic or clinics, establishing consistent dementia-specific training programs for staff and care partners, and expanding, hopefully, our team and services. We're committed to ongoing learning and networking, and we'll be collaborating with our colleagues in other jurisdictions to seek out the best available programs and supports to bring here to PEI. So really, we're very excited to be moving forward, raising awareness, building capacity, and enhancing community-based dementia care here on Prince Edward Island. So thanks so much to the Alzheimer's Society, Jaime, and everyone for having us and letting us speak about our team today. If you have any questions, ideas, or suggestions, Julie and I will be here for the day. And our contact information is up there if something comes to you later on. But thank you all so much for your time. We're excited to work together.
Apparently you can only present today if you're exactly 5'6". We'll try to get the mic issues under control here. So we do have time for questions. Laura and Jaclyn are gonna circulate the microphone. We have a good 10 minutes for questions. And then we're gonna have a break shortly, but I want to chat with you just for about 2 minutes before you go on break. So let us know if you have questions. I know there's some online. So Jack, do you want to bring the mic up here? Also, no.
Oh.
What will the access to this service
uh,
look like?
And is my question was to be aware, in the last 2 or 3 months, I have read, she turned 100. And in the end of November, she fell and broke her hip at 99 years old. Very active woman, walked, talked. She had dementia, but it was just a short-term memory. She would get bored very easily. Right now, probably a 2 month and a half after her surgery, she was ready to roll. But because I feel she's 100, she gets dropped off at the hospital, one of the units. 3 days after, she changed different units. And I went in to visit her and I said, come on, let's get going here. You gotta start walking. Well, the physio was in and not to put anybody down, because I know how busy everybody is. I said, well, I'm gonna go get a nurse and we'll see if we can pop you into the wheelchair and see how you do. I went up to the nurse's station and said, well, whoever has this lady, could someone help me pop her up? Oh, no, she's a lift. What? She's a lift. She can't bear weight. It was a shock. I said, can you just come and humor me? So away we went. She stood up, pivoted, sat in the wheelchair. No more of the PT or OT, nothing. So I go in, probably every 3rd day, and walk that woman with a walker down the hall, and she actually has such a will to live and go at 100. You know, it's to me, it's unfair to the elderly in that sense that, okay, well, she's almost done, so don't pay any attention to her. So it's very sad. And I hope that this initiation of your group helps those things. So I commend you for sharing something like that.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience. And perhaps, Mark, given your hospital experience, you might be able just to comment a little bit about what some initiatives that we're considering for.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understood the question, but certainly, yeah, that the story, we don't want to hear stuff like that, and that does happen, obviously. So yeah, that will be one of our roles. Is again, initially we're not really based so much in hospital-based care; it's more community-based. But we'll be working with those stakeholders, and things like that really just shouldn't be happening.
I was wondering if you have some examples of the dementia clinical pathways that you're working on that would be useful for frontline providers.
Sure. So just to repeat the question, question from the audience was, do we have any examples of clinical pathway tools that we'll be looking to provide for frontline healthcare practitioners? Exactly one that I've recently come across in a national network that I belong to is a primary care tool clinical pathway. So really what this pathway is meant for in clinical tool is to provide for primary care practitioners to assist them in identifying the observed symptoms of dementia, to provide them the tools and assessments for early detection and diagnosis, and then after diagnosis, then providing them with an algorithm of what treatment and referrals would be required. This is a tool that has come out of New Brunswick. It's still in a draft stage, but it is something that we will be looking to hopefully look into a little bit more, adapt for use here in PEI. But really what we're trying to do is provide those clinical pathways, first and foremost for our primary care healthcare practitioners, and then hopefully develop pathways that then can be used by healthcare practitioners along the continuum of care to be able to help that individual living with dementia wherever they are with regards to their diagnosis.
So, just gonna go to the online again. So we have all the comments in the chat box. There's a comment from Lisa who says, just want to let Mark know that the seniors mental health team does not require client referral from a primary care provider. Clients, families, or other providers can refer to seniors mental health. And then there's a question that really, I think it's important to clarify. I didn't understand the question at first, but the person is asking, what will the access to your service look like, and is private insurance necessary? So I think there might be the perception that this is a frontline service. So you just want to make a clarification about who you're serving.
Do you want me to repeat the question here, or is that okay?
Yeah.
So the question is about, I think, how to access the service and whether or not insurance would be a factor.
That's right. And private insurance would be covered by private insurance.
Sure. So at this stage, there's not really a service to access. When we identified kind of our next steps, we're not at that point yet where we have sort of a program that we can be accepting referrals yet. It's more in building capacity, trying to establish dementia-specific training for frontline staff. But that will be the eventual goal, is to work towards those kind of team appointments, hopefully involving the geriatrician, involving other team members. So at this stage, the insurance question, you won't have to have insurance to access, a publicly funded health service. But it's not like coming to physiotherapy 3 days a week for working on your balance. That's not really this dementia specialty team. It's more of a consultative role at this stage.
My question is around, wondering what your initiative looks like for accessing support for the care partners, families, mental health support. I'm just kind of wondering what your plan for the future.
Sure, and I'll just repeat the question. So a question from the audience was asking about what initiatives that we are planning to have in place with regards to supports for care partners, as well as, I'm sorry, was it mental health? Family mental health, yeah. So what our role is going to be as a provincial program is that we are going to be recommending what are best practice and evidence-informed services. It will be a partnership with the Alzheimer's Society, who already has some wonderful programs going on to support care partners. So we'll be looking to help enhance that, promote that, perhaps add to their library of programs that they have already, but also from the aspect of a healthcare system is providing awareness of what programs are there already, and providing that to frontline healthcare practitioners, so that they're able to provide the persons that they care for with that information. Because I think a lot of what happens is that there's a lack of awareness. There's a lack of knowing who to go to at what time and what for. So what we would really like to endeavor to do is to help clarify that, so that healthcare practitioners are able to point people in the right direction to get the right programs at the right time.
Okay, so I encourage you to reach out to any of our speakers while we're on break and we're on lunch. I just want to thank you both. They're behind me, it feels weird. I want to thank you both so much for your presentation. It's been a pleasure to meet you, and we're very excited to see what this team will do in terms of building capacity across the system of care. So you might not be able to call Mark up and get an appointment, but he's going to make sure that all of the physios on the island are going to be, have more capacity and expertise in dementia care as we go forward. And the Alzheimer's Society is delighted to be collaborating with them. I'm a big believer in system collaboration, and there's a lot of opportunity here on the island for us to really enhance our capacity and do a great job with care. So thank you both for being here. Okay, we're gonna have a 15-minute break. Before we go to break, however, you might notice on your table that there's a sheet that looks like this, and then you can tear off the names. So we are, this sheet is just a series of 4 questions for you to work through with the people at your table throughout the day. And it's really just an opportunity for you to get to know each other, to share some resources with each other, and some of your experiences. So choose one person from your table to fill it out for you and to ask the questions. Everybody can write their name on the tabs at the bottom of the sheet. And we're going to do a door prize at the end of today for 3 different prizes. These were donated to us by our lovely volunteer, Margaret. And I just want to tell you about the pottery because they're very beautiful. They were created by Susie Cameron, who passed in 2022. She had a studio in Lafergie Center in Summerside. And they're holding up some of the pieces at the back there if you want to see them. There's some lovely serving dishes. I feel sad to let them go. They're really pretty, but I hope you enjoy them as much as I do. So Susie, she was an artist for over 50 years, and she's Margaret's cousin. So Margaret felt like this would be something that Susie would really be glad that her art was going to be given away, and to support people who are living with dementia. So we will be drawing for 3 pieces on afternoon break. So please, if you would like to get to know the people at your table, fill these sheets out, and when they're completed, you can drop them to the registration table. We're now going to take 15 minutes for refreshments, bathroom break, get up and move around. And when we come back, you're going to hear from Laura MacWilliam and Ron Pringle about the lived experience with dementia. Thanks, folks.
A remarkable individual who exemplifies resilience and courage. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Ron Pringle, who is living with dementia. Ron's journey is not only a testament to the strength of the human spirit, but also a source of inspiration for all of us here today. Born in 1948 and raised in Ontario, Ron's journey took him through various provinces as an adult, including Alberta, Ontario, and PEI, where he eventually returned to settle with his wife, Margie, in May of 2022. Ron dedicated most of his professional life to the financial sector. Beyond his career, he was a caring father to 2 children, and he demonstrated a commitment to his community through active volunteering. Ron and Margie share a passion for travel, exploring various destinations such as Portugal, Ireland, and Scotland, while also cherishing visits with friends and family in Ontario, Alberta, and PEI. In 2020, Ron received a diagnosis of mild cognitive impairment, and by 2023, he faced a subsequent diagnosis of dementia. Please join me in welcoming Ron Pringle. Ron, as I ask you these questions, I'll give you a moment to reference your notes. We're looking at 1B, or 1A, sorry. I understand your mother had Alzheimer's disease. Can you share a little bit more about that?
Yes, she had started to neglect her personal care and quite messy in her apartment. And when we pointed it out to her, she just said, well, it's always looked like this. And quite emphatically, it always looked like this. She became very suspicious of family members and what we were doing and why were we there. She lost a lot of her friends because she just simply offended them. And she started to wander a bit, well, a whole lot actually, because she still had her driver's license. She was driving all over the place. The car, every time she came back, had a different dent in it. And so we had to get the car away from her, which proved to be quite a trick to do, but my sister got away with it. And yeah, so then she also stopped calling me by my name, and I became her brother Bill. So she then referred to me then on as Bill, which is hard to take when my name's Ron. And yeah, so she didn't accept her that she had Alzheimer's, and right up to the end, she refused to admit that there was a problem.
Thank you, Ron. Are you able to share your experience leading up to your diagnosis? And now we're looking at 1B.
Yeah, it was about 4 years ago that Margie, my wife, started noticing that I had little changes, forgetting things, not wearing the same clothes again and again and again without remembering to change that I wore that the day before. And I was forgetting where things were. I only lived in a 1-bedroom apartment in Ottawa. It's not that big, and I couldn't find stuff. It was gone. It was there, but it was gone to me. But anyway, so that got me into seeing Dr. Fitt. And Dr. Fitt made the initial announcement, prognosis that I had mild cognitive dysfunction. And yeah, so that then allowed me to follow up with my doctors here when we moved here permanently.
Ron, moving on to question 2. When you learned about your diagnosis, did you make any changes in your life?
Big one, stopped drinking alcohol. I gave up beer and started drinking zero beer, and I found what I like, zero beer, especially Heineken zero beer. There's a punch for Heineken. I should get free beer for that. Zero, of course. But anyways, I stopped driving. Very easy. The guy just said, you're not driving anymore. I'm going to have to take your license. Okay. Then we started doing a lot of research into brain health. And we bought the Mediterranean cookbook and have been sliding our cooking more in a healthier manner all the time. Excuse me. Daily walks and leading the walking group has proved very, very, gives me something to do every day, to get up and look at and saying, okay, next day we're walking with the walking group, we're going to meet here, we're going to go there. We even planned an out of province trip, which wasn't quite authorized by those powers that be. And we went to Fundy Park and we hiked in Fundy Park.
Ron, I love how you're so proactive in integrating non-pharmaceutical ways of managing your disease. Looking at question 3A, can you talk about how things have progressed for you?
I'm aware again that I get confused very easily. But may have already noticed that I've repeated myself, or just find it hard to stay in focus and keep on the task at hand. I have occasional weak spells, and more so in the past year. And these weak spells I know have been they were having problems with my circuitry in my brain is causing these problems.
Thank you, Ron. Moving on to 3B, can you share how you feel about the progression of the disease?
Well, how I feel doesn't seem to matter. I got it. And when I get tired, I know it. I gotta lay down. I gotta take a nap because I'm just not functioning at all. I'm just sort of wandering in circles. And yeah, so I get down, get my afternoon nap in. I can wake up and ready to go again. And without our car ownership, we're leading the community in not owning a car because we can get around from one end of the island to the other end of the island for tuning. You can't drive your car from one end of the island to the other end of the island for tuning. So we're doing fine without our car. And we have lots of friends. When we need to arrive, we can find a friend that will say, sure, jump in, I'll take you. Or a lot of friends will say, you don't have a car. I have a parking spot for my car this weekend. Can I park it in your driveway? And then maybe you guys can drive it as well. Yeah, so anyways, we took a trip to Scotland. You go, somebody who has mild cognitive function traveling the world, visiting Scotland. And we went back and found the castle where my ancestors came from in the lower part of Scotland, and found out they were really a bunch of bad guys. They were known as reavers and raiders on the English border, and were known to introduce a new word to the English language, which was blackmail. Anyways, so my sister joined us for the trip to Scotland, and it was very enjoyable. We learned a lot about our ancestry, but who we shouldn't talk about. And I've let Margie take over a lot of the day-to-day financial. I'm an ex-banker of all things, and now I can't keep my own banking record straight. So Margie keeps me on the straight and narrow, saying, no, you're not buying that. Yeah, so, and I'm happy that she is my wife, and it's very supportive.
Ron, the way you're navigating life with optimism is inspirational. Looking at question 4, how do you make the best of everyday life while living with dementia?
The big thing is the walking groups and getting them organized. I also do presentations through Seniors College. I do the map and compass work. And here, again, something that I can still do is read a map and read a compass, put that together. And people I'm finding can't do that as a rule, so I get full classes. And also we check in with the Alzheimer's group and with Megan and make sure that I'm staying on track.
In the time we have left together, looking at question 5, can you share what the community can do better to help support you and others living with dementia?
Yes, that people need to recognize that I'm just another person. I have interests in things. I have capacities that I'm able to do, and that I can support independence and maintain these items. And it allows me to be active with the group and have friends around me that we all chat about all the ups and downs in life. Also helping track the logistics of the walk helps me with the Alzheimer's group. They do a lot of the background work that saves me a lot of work.
Ron, thank you so much for sharing your experience with us today. Your insight is invaluable, and it certainly takes a great deal of strength and courage to come up and speak from the heart, and we're so thankful that you've done that. So thank you.
All right. Whew. Ron and Margie have been incredible supporters of the walking groups for seniors that happen all across the island. Is there anybody here that attends the walking group? Yeah, I got some hands and some waving. There have been literally hundreds of attendances at these walking groups that are really, supporting seniors in their brain health by promoting activity, which can be reducing rates of dementia. So here you have a program that's been designed and led by a person who's living with mild cognitive impairment. And I think that the message we really want to give everybody is that life doesn't end with the diagnosis of dementia. It can be very full for very many years. And there's a lot of value that persons living with dementia can provide, even if they might need a little help every now and then to stay engaged and to bring their gifts forward into the world. And that's what we've really been working with Ron and Margie to do. And the walking groups have taken off. They've taken on a life of their own, as he said. In fact, they've rogue missions off island and whatnot. But I just want to thank you so much, Ron, for sharing your story, for being willing to stand up here in front of all these people. You did so well. I'm going to turn it over to Jaclyn, but first I will share slides.
I had to just let my colleagues know that I didn't touch anything. So if there's tech problems and I was involved, most likely I was responsible. So, but I didn't touch anything this time. So again, thank you, Ron. Sharing your experiences is a gift, an absolute gift, and we never know who can be encouraged by that. So thank you again. So the next person we have up presenting is Blair Corkum. Blair is a chartered professional accountant who has provided tax and financial advice for 45 years. He holds several financial related professional designations and is unique in PEI because of his focuses primarily on giving hourly based, fee-only financial advice as a registered financial planner. He does this on a part-time basis without selling any products, such as investments or insurance, or receiving any commissions or referral fees, thereby ensuring his independence and objectivity. He works primarily with older adults to ensure they are getting the right advice from their advisors in the areas of retirement planning, tax planning, preparation of wills, protection of their retirement savings. He is also currently the only chartered financial divorce specialist in PEI and works with separating couples to educate them about the financial issues of separating and to help them make financial decisions needed during a very difficult stage of their lives. Blair has written numerous articles and provided many seminars on financial planning topics, many targeting older adults, including caregivers. He has been profiled in national magazines, quoted in a variety of publications, appeared as a guest on CBC radio and television, and volunteers with several nonprofit organizations. He also has his own website, www.corkumfinancial.ca, with lots of articles and useful links to help you ensure you are doing the right things with your money. So with that said, I'll call Blair up
Mark, thank you for coming.
Blair is not 5'6", so please bear with me for a moment.
Thank you. Thanks. We're all set. Better check the camera. I'm probably cut off right about here. So that little technical thing was just to get me frazzled before I got going. So that was successful. You're going to have to listen to me after a great presentation by Ron. That was excellent. And what I took away from Ron is the positive attitude where you're at. Before I get into finances, my family, my mother-in-law had her first heart attack at age 53 and had a positive attitude that you could not believe. And she died with Alzheimer's at age 94. And she just couldn't stop her. So that positive attitude is great. So I have a mother-in-law who had Alzheimer's. Her mother had Alzheimer's. Her two sisters had Alzheimer's. And I know a number of people I work with that have Alzheimer's. And it is a challenging thing. I deal with the financial side here. I've been the caregiver with my wife. And so I'm going to try to answer the questions that people ask me as a financial professional, where they're somewhat terrified of what's coming next. So I'm going to blast through this fairly quickly, have some questions at the end, I hope, but I am down here with some articles and so forth. And that's a camera thing. And so, I do your own research, contact people. I always like, the health PEI people are here, PEI home renovation programs for living at home and getting renovations made. Veterans Affairs have programs, obviously Alzheimer PEI, but looking for information, call 211 and ask where to go, and they can help you. We have a PEI Seniors Navigator now for seniors. Community Legal Information have their booth here with a lot of information. I volunteer with Community Legal Information as well on powers and powers of attorney, wills, and things like that, and hospice PEI to help with the caregiving issues and grief issues and end of life and so forth. So lots of sources if you can find them. I have a number of articles that I've written. I've got over 100 on my website. I have a handful down here relating to the nursing long-term care taxes and issues. So please feel free to help yourself. What I want to do is talk about some of the issues that are in these articles and the topics, as I said, that concern you. And the biggest one is down the road, long-term care. Am I going to lose all of my assets? That's the big question I get. Can I afford what's coming? So I want to spend a few minutes talking about that. And one of the things I do want to mention is that there's a difference between community care and long-term care. And many people don't understand that difference. And so, we're moving, from home and caregiving at home. I'm not going to talk too much about that other than tax credits in a few moments. But the typical progression is to move to community care first when you don't need as much help. Community care, I like to describe it as moving to an apartment where your meals are provided as well as your room and some other additional services. But in community care, you can come and go as you wish. You have your car in the parking lot if you wish. It's like an apartment where it's much easier to live, but you are responsible for your own rent and so forth. You're paying your way, but there's more support. Long-term care is when you need the round-the-clock 24/7 care. You need assistance with your medication, your mobility, bathing, dressing, and so forth. If it's a physical issue, you need help getting in and out of bed and so on. If it's a dementia type of an issue, you need care that way. So I hear this all the time. Will I lose everything? Uh-oh. At least I'm not the first one to do this today. I could say I'm done. Yeah. Go away.
We need a little elevator music again.
I think I just backed up too far.
So this way.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that from now. That's the end.
Oh yeah, because you have extra slides.
Oh, I did that.
Just keep going that way till you get where you need to be.
So that's the comedy. Okay, there we are. Okay, so community care homes, they're not subsidized like long-term care homes are. You pay your own way, as I said earlier. If you run out of money, social assistance comes in here, which is no different really than living at home. If you run out of money, social assistance will step in, although there are a few different guidelines. If you are in community care and you need to be there because of your physical and physical health and so forth, community care will start looking at helping you out once your asset level is down to $100,000. Your family home is safe. If there's somebody living in your family home, nobody's going to take your family home. But once you're down to a $100,000 level, then you can apply for some assistance in community care. The challenge is the social assistance you qualify for living in community care is about $23,000 a year. Most community care homes are more expensive than that. So I do know people who've had to move out of their community care homes to find less expensive places to live. So long-term care, typical progression, or at least this is what I've seen in my lived experience. Once your health deteriorates further, you move from community care to long-term care. When you move to long-term care, then the government will provide a subsidy. And if you qualify, which I'll talk about in a moment, but you basically pay, if you qualify for subsidy, you pay what is on line 23,600 of your tax return. You look at your tax return, it says net income. That's the number that is used to determine whether you're going to be subsidized or not. If you are subsidized, everything else is safe. You do not lose your investments. You do not lose your real estate. You do not lose your assets. You pay what's on that line on your tax return for your care, if you're subsidized. If you're not subsidized, you're on your own. So if you're not subsidized, you will have to sell investments, perhaps. You will have to sell the property and so forth to pay your way. Now, how do you determine whether you're subsidized or not? So as I said, for individuals, if you have no spouse, you're a single person, line 23,600, and roughly $41,000 is the key number here. If that number is below $41,000, you will qualify for some assistance. It's actually between 40 and 41, so thereabouts. If you make, for example, $35,000 a year, you're a single person, you're moving to long-term care, you will pay that amount of money, and the government will cover the rest. You will pay what is on line 23,600. Under current rules, no adjustments made to that number. If you're a couple, so one person is moving to long-term care, the other person is not. When you apply for a subsidy, you have a one-time choice. This is a permanent choice. Once you make that choice, you have to live with it. And that is, do I want to apply, if I'm going into the long-term care, and it very well may be by power of attorney that's making this decision at this point, but if I'm going into long-term care, do I want to use my tax return, what's online, 23,600, or do I want to take my tax return plus my wife's tax return, add the two together and divide by 2, take an average of both? I can do that if I wish. So logically thinking, you'll say, well, I'll just do the math and which one's lower, and that's what I'm going to do. You're going to need to think a little bit more than that because the future may change. But first of all, for a couple, one of the concerns is if you take the joint application and divide by 2, if I'm going in a nursing home, I'm covered. My wife is still at home. What does that leave her with? Is she going to have enough money to stay in the family home? I'm fine. I'm in the nursing home now, but she needs enough money to keep going. There is legislation that says when we do this divide by 2, my wife at home will be guaranteed to keep something defined as the Canadian low income measure, which right at the moment in PEI is $27,352. So my wife will get to keep at least $27,352. So if I added our 2 incomes together and it came out to $25,000 once we did the average, well, she would actually get to keep $27,352 at the moment, and my subsidy would go up for that. But the big question is, can she afford to stay at home? So you need to plan ahead. That issue is a big issue in the joint versus the individual. But the other thing you need to think about is what home are you going into? What is their regular price? If I'm going in and I'm being subsidized because my income is $38,000 this year, and then without thinking, my wife sells the back field at home and has a $5,000 capital gain on that sale. All of a sudden, our average income is more than $41,000. So for that next year, the following year, they always look at last year's tax return for what you're going to pay next year. All of a sudden, I don't qualify for a subsidy anymore. If I'm staying in a community, in a long-term care facility that charges $75,000 a year, and yes, some do, I've lost my subsidy, and now I need to come up with $75,000. So all of a sudden, there goes another back acre field, which will wipe out the subsidy for the following year because we need the cash. So you need to think ahead. In addition, money coming out of an R.F.P. Can impact those things. So when you make the application, you got to think today, but think a few years down the road. I know life expectancy comes into play here. It's not an easy decision. The other thing to think about is, will you have a private room or a semi-private room? The rules are changing there as time goes on, but if you're subsidized, you may need to settle for a semi-private room unless your condition is such that you need a private room. So you might want to query that before you choose which long-term care home you want to go to. And when you do go through that application process of which home you prefer, you have a 1, 2, 3, 3 preferences. I understand that you can list all 3 the same if you want to, but don't get in the emotional space of we just got to get somewhere and list 3 names based on what you've heard. Check them out, check the quality of the home, check the cost in case you lose your subsidy before you fill those preferences out to make sure you make the right decision. So, summary, are your assets safe? Community care, you're on your own effectively. Long-term care, if you're an individual and you're subsidized, your assets are safe. If you're a couple, one partner is subsidized, your assets may be needed by the person living at home to meet their needs. So you need to pick the right application looking forward. And then for individuals and couples who are not subsidized, you are on your own. You know, your income is too high, your income will be used. And there's another time to look at what are the costs of the homes you're going to. Government manors, you're talking about the $41,000 range. If you go into a private facility, you could be less or you could be a lot more. So, you know, plan ahead. Little planning around the subsidies and you know, you can plan legitimately. I'm not a fan of you hiding all of your assets, hiding all of your money, and I don't have time to go into that, but you can lose a whole lot more by playing games. But legitimately, you know, you can minimize the money you take out of your R.F.P. when it converts to a RIF. You don't have to take more than the minimum out, but you know, that will go into the calculation. Plan those capital gains dispositions. You know, if you want to sell that acreage that you inherited, and it's going to be a big capital gain on it. Remember, that's going to impact your subsidy. So you might want to postpone that. For those people who are low income and collecting guaranteed income supplement, there's something called involuntary separation. If one person has to go to long-term care, you can apply to Service Canada, be treated as individuals. This does not affect your tax return. You are not going through a legal separation and getting divorced. This is only for Service Canada, and that tends to increase your supplements because to do individual calculations. If you are sharing your Canada pension plan with your spouse, it might be time to stop that to adjust the income. Or if you're not sharing, it might be time to start sharing. It depends on who's going into the home and where their income is. And there's pension splitting for those of you who have a work pension, a lifetime pension from work. When you do your tax returns, you can split those between spouses. That's another thing to look at, whether you need to split or not. And make sure your tax return preparer knows about this stuff so they don't just automatically do some pension splitting and save you $200 in tax and cost you $5,000 in subsidy. So that's my long-term care home discussion. I'm going to flip through some tax credits here. There are a number of tax credits available. Many of them are income tested. So if the person who is disabled, person who has dementia has too much income, you won't qualify. You know, so all of these have some ifs, ands, and buts, and some complex rules around them. If the person with the disability cannot claim the credit, quite often a supporting person can. So if you're supporting your parent, I have an article titled Caregivers and Parents, and if you're looking after your parent and supporting them, then you might be able to claim the credit yourself. So I'll touch on those. But that support, the tax department says that can be financial or non-financial. But it's got to be around providing them with the necessities of life, which they describe as effectively food, shelter, and clothing. If they can't afford to buy food, shelter, clothing, and you have to help pay their rent, then you're a supporting person. They don't need to live with you necessarily, but you're supporting them and you can claim some of these credits. However, if you're going into the long-term care facility every day, sitting with them, feeding them, helping them with their recreation and taking them for walks, that is not supporting. You actually have to be providing the food or putting the roof over their head and so forth. So that's a little bit disappointing because I know the commitment that many of you are providing there. Number one, especially for people with dementia, the disability tax credit. If you have a severe prolonged impairment, which technically means more than 12 months, you can claim a disability tax credit. It saves about $2,100 a year. And this is one of the ones that can be shared if the person with a disability doesn't need that. My personal experience is the biggest reason people don't have a disability tax credit once they reach the stage where it's important is pride. People don't want to admit that they're disabled and they have this disability. Fortunately, the tax department says you can go back 10 years and fix that. So when you get the certificate, or the doctor completes the certificate, there's a when did this commence? And I have gone back to full 10 years for some individuals. And with a tax saving of $2,100, you know, that can be $20,000. So if you haven't done it, you know, talk to your medical professionals and see whether you qualify. There is some TV commercials about contact us and so forth. It's not that difficult to process. Don't give up X percent of your tax savings because of a TV commercial. So I'm touching on a lot of these very quickly because of time commitments, but attendant care is one that I see that's not claimed as often as it should be. Are you hiring a caregiver at home to come in and help? You know, attendant care is considered a medical expense, the same as your dentist and your medical costs like that. So you can, you know, that saves you about 25% tax effectively if you're paying taxes. In order to claim attendant care, you need to get that disability tax credit form first. Or for someone living in a community care or nursing home, you need a letter from the medical practitioner saying that they're infirm. But the disability tax credit works across the board for most of these. You know, what's an eligible expense? Well, are you doing things for your you know, parent perhaps, or your a spouse that they can't do for themselves? Who can you pay? So you can pay somebody, a private individual, to come into your home to help. It can be an adult child. Can't be your spouse that you're paying, but it could be your 19-year-old daughter who's helping around home, and you can, you know, pay her to help with the caregiving. However, you're not going to get any tax deduction unless you have a receipt and a social insurance number. CRA are smart enough to know that if we're giving you the deduction, we want to make sure they're paying tax on the other side. I see that as a big challenge. There are a lot of people who won't give receipts, and you know, we're desperate to get the caregiving help, so we do it. So that is an issue. If you do hire somebody as an employee, and most people don't, most people are sort of the caregivers are working on their own and so forth, but if you do hire them as an employee, you tell them when to come to work, you give them vacations and stuff, then you have to do the whole payroll thing of taking off taxes, taking off Canada Pension Plan, and taking off EI. Just be aware of that. So that's a private individual. Otherwise, you can also hire a private company like Bayshore to come in, and then all of a sudden you don't have to worry about those tax deductions. You'll get the receipts and you can claim your deductions and so forth. For somebody living in a community care home, if you have the disability or the infirm letter, you can actually claim a portion of the community care home. This is the one I see missed a lot, where people don't realize that they can claim a percentage of the community care costs, and those are expensive places to be. So it's not the total cost of the community care. It's actually the community care home will give you the receipt showing you paid this much for these activities. And anything that relates to paying somebody wages to do something is part of the tax deduction for you. The cost of your food is not deductible. The cost of your rent is not deductible. But the cost of the nursing services, the recreational director, and the food preparation, all of that forms part of that deduction. So make sure you claim that. If you're in a nursing home, whatever you pay is tax deductible in the nursing home. So quite often when you're in the nursing home, all of a sudden you have no more taxes to pay because of that tax deduction. Again, if a supporting person is paying the rent because the person can't afford to, then you're probably able to claim it yourself. If you are providing caregiving and you're caregiving for someone who is disabled, again, dependent on you, there is a federal Canada caregiver amount that you can claim. It's worth about $1,200. You can claim it all, but the dependent has to have less than $26,000 worth of income. So whether you claim it or not depends. The PEI caregiver amount is similar, although Actually, in PEI, if you have a parent living with you that's over the age of 65, or 65 and over, actually, they do not have to be disabled, and you can claim them if the income levels are right and so forth. For the federal caregiver credit, disability is required. It appears that anywhere I touch on this computer changes the slide. Other tax credits for caregivers, if you are a single person, and you might have your parent living with you, even when I go like this, it works. If you're supporting someone else in your home, you can claim this eligible dependent amount. The eligible dependent amount is typically the one that single parents claim for their children. So that's one that's available. These next few I'm going to whip through quickly. Home renovations. I'm going to let those fly because there are 3 tax credits you can claim for home renovations. And you can claim home renovations as a medical expense. There's also this home accessibility tax credit where you can claim up to $20,000. We're talking about putting in wheelchair ramps, widening hallways, lowering kitchen counters, and actually that medical expense that flashed by here a moment ago, and the home renovation credit, you can claim the same expenses for both. Obviously, somebody made a mistake somewhere, but we're not complaining. So you can actually claim both of those. And then actually just starting in 2023, if you modified your house to build a separate in-law suite type of thing with a separate entrance so your parent could live next to you in the same home, those costs now provide a tax credit as well. And that's actually a refundable credit. So you can spend up to $50,000, building an in-law suite and get $7,500 back on your taxes, or if you don't pay taxes, they actually give you the cash. Real quickly, just a quick list of what I see as people not claiming that they should be claiming, and one I forgot to put on the list is obviously you are actually able to deduct any tuition and education fees that you pay to be trained as a caregiver to look after somebody who needs caregiving, to look after a disabled person. So if you're taking courses to help look after your parent or someone who's disabled, that is a tax deductible medical expense. Travel costs, if you go more than 40 kilometers, you can claim mileage. Over 80 kilometers, you can claim mileage, and you can claim meals of $23 a meal, no receipts required, and all the other accommodation types of expenses. So someone who's traveling over 80 kilometers, they're all set to claim those. Hearing aid batteries, chair lifts, canes, wheelchairs, hospital beds, incontinence supplies, no prescriptions. Some of these need prescriptions, but stoma supplies, travel, health insurance are deductible. So anyway, so that was fast. There's a lot of research. Take the time and read, especially on these tax credits, to see whether you qualify or not. I have some disability guides down here. I have some articles on, it's a very long article on how long-term care subsidies work, and caregiver tax deduction. So I have articles on all of those if you want to read a little bit more. But it's always fun to read the Income Tax Act too. So feel free to do that. So do we have any questions, I guess?
So yes, we will be sending a slide there for reference.
Yes, slide deck, and also I will circulate a sheet with links that you can click on to go to the CRA site to particular credits as well.
And so we have about 5 minutes for questions. I'm sure you do have some questions, so please raise your hand.
And I will be here the rest of the day. Please come over and say hello and ask any questions.
Thank you. I just have a quick question about when you mentioned the health supports. As they're moving towards trying to make homes more accessible for family members to bring their aging parents in, is there anything set in place to protect the next generation? Say if
So the question is with, more people modifying their homes and so forth, they're bringing in their parents and so forth, are there any benefits there? Well, the very last renovation one I was talking about, the in-law suite, the $50,000 in-law suite piece is one of the tax credits. If your parent is living with you, the other deductions will also come into play. Again, like railings and wheelchair ramps, walk-in bathtubs, and so forth. I always suggest looking at the guide. Some of these things need prescriptions and some don't. The house renovations actually don't need a prescription, but putting in a chairlift needs a prescription. From your doctor and so forth. The other thing is PEI Home Renovations Program will provide some funding for some of these types of things as well. So you should talk to them. Yeah. So refine another question. If the adult child moves into the parent's home, and if there's a supporting relationship, and the child is paying to help pay for renovations there, some of these do apply there as well. You need to read the description, but in fact, I believe the home renovation one is if it's owned by the parent or if it's owned by the child, there are some overlaps and back and forth there. So yeah, they're worth looking into. Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah. Really carries now.
They used to be all master. I have a two-year-old with them, but I made an appointment with you anyway. I think because my daughter's situation is quite complicated. But with regards to, we're also looking at my father-in-law. Like he's not diagnosed with Alzheimer's or anything, but it's looking at we were talking about the renovation start to have somebody come to your home and so you be careful as they go. I'm just wondering if you were looking at something maybe not connected to our home, but just on our property. So it's more like a tiny home situation. But I didn't know whether something like that would be something that I would be helpful.
So the question is, instead of modifying your existing home to build an in-law suite, what about a separate unit outside of the building? This new one does require, it's connected to the existing facility. Whether there's anything, the only thing I can think of with building a separate unit, even if you're building something from scratch and you're making modifications to the design to help with a disabled person. So if you're putting a wheelchair ramp in from day one when you're building the house, the extra cost of doing the wheelchair ramp would be considered a deductible medical expense if the person requires it because of an infirmity. So the general rule is we'll allow you to claim these extra renovation expenses as long as they don't add value to the home. You're not adding value, you're modifying it so people can continue to live there and so forth.
Okay, one more question. The quick we can do too. Okay, just a quick question. With credit splitting and a broken down marriage, before anybody goes into a senior unit, either one, and how will that affect? Because you had said on there that credit splitting or whatever, you should either decline it at that point because that's an increase in your income.
So the question is, the impact relates to the impact of credit splitting, but are we talking Canada Pension Plan or a work pension? So with a work pension, around the splitting of that between spouses, if a spouse if we're talking, are we talking, was your question about separated spouses? Or, so once spouses are separated, there's two different rules. I gotta put my financial divorce specialist hat on here for a moment. When you separate, if you have a lifetime work pension, those credits get split, and each person that is split forever. No changes to those if you're going through a separation. When you're still living together and you have a work pension, when you do your tax return, you can divide those pensions between tax returns. That's the one I was talking about. But if you got the permanent splits, that's done. There's nothing else we can do there.
Take one more question and then.
I know people are getting hungry now, so it's good to get ruthless here.
Yes, Paul. If you were to purchase a property with an adjoining suite for the intentions of paid care for parents, or would sale price be any component of that be deductible? I mean, the purchase price.
So the question is, if we purchase a home with the in-law suite already built in, would it qualify for the multi-generational tax credit? And to my knowledge, the answer is no. This is a renovation credit as opposed to that type of thing. So I don't believe there'd be anything there. Now, if you made some modifications to it because of the disability once you purchase it, well, that issue could be.
They did move in
then. So the question then is, if you bought a house with an in-law suite already in it, and the parents move in, the disabled people move in, can you claim the expense there? You can't claim the operating expenses of that unit. It's only the renovation expenses and making it livable for somebody with this disability. So, okay. Thank you very much. For those of you who stayed awake.
Thank you very much. So I want to thank everyone for your patience with the technical issues. We have about almost 70 people joining online, and we really wanted to be able to offer the hybrid option, but it does make things a lot more complicated for us here at the podium because tech isn't always set up for virtual. So thank you very much for that. And I just want to thank you again, Blair. And I invite you on the lunch break to visit Blair, to visit also community legal information. Hospice PEI is here. The Provincial Home Care team is here along with Seniors Mental Health, and Alzheimer Society PEI has a booth at the back for information.
All right. So we are pleased this afternoon to have Dr. Javier Salabarria with us today. Dr. Salabarria studied at New York University School of Medicine and completed his psychiatry residency at Harvard University, MGH McLean Hospital, and his geriatric psychiatry fellowship at Yale University. He has been practicing medicine for 20 years, where most of his career has been spent primarily in geriatric psychiatry and administrative positions. Dr. Salabarria has been on PEI for 6 years, during which time he has engaged in clinical work with the Seniors Mental Health Resource Team in Queens and Kings County, the Acute Geriatric Psychiatry Unit at Hillsborough Hospital, and is the Provincial Medical Director for Mental Health and Addictions. In addition to the significant contributions he has made in his career, Dr. Salabarria is married and has raised a son who is currently studying to be a psychologist at UPEI. When he is able to take a break from these other roles, Dr. Salabarria enjoys hiking, trains, real and toys, planes, and reading history. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Salabarria. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am not 6 feet tall, so I need to bring it down. I have the opposite problem that Blair has, so there we go. Well, thank you very much for coming out on this day. All right, let's see if that works. Okay. Thank you. Okay, that should work. I'll tinker with it if it doesn't. So thank you very much again. It's my pleasure to be here talking to everyone today on this important topic. And when Blair clicked through the slides earlier, I saw that when I sent it in, it looks like when it got reformatted. So I apologize. I don't think it's going to look as clean as it did when I sent it in. I saw a bunch of question marks that should have been beautiful little circles. But we'll see what it looks like. All righty. So today's topic is a complex journey of substance use, misuse, and dementia. How do you get to the next one? Is it enter, shift? Which one is it? Oh, this one here? Ah, there we go. Great. I think the problem was that this is an Apple and I did mine on a non-Apple computer. Okay, so today's plan for today's talk, I'm going to talk about a very, very simplistic, brief definition of dementia, an even more simplistic definition of the mechanism of dementia, and try to answer the question, does substance use actually cause dementia? Does substance use complicate dementia? The answer to that is yes. And then I'm going to talk about, in a little more detail, alcohol, benzodiazepines, cannabis, tobacco, my all-time favorite, Gravol, and Benadryl. And what can families do to support individuals with dementia related to this topic? Some treatment options and alternatives. So we'll try to get through all that in about 25 minutes. There are the question marks. It's supposed to be really nice little circles. Okay. So dementia, first of all, it's an old term. We have a new term, but everyone uses dementia, so we'll stick with that. So dementia, it's really a catch-all phrase for a number of progressive illnesses. There are literally, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different dementias, some rare, some more common, some of them mixed. But nonetheless, it's a progressive illness that affects a person's memory, concentration, sense of time, which people forget about, ability to do complex tasks. It affects mood, personality. It affects a person's reason, safety, and this other big phrase of executive functioning. It affects people's ability to, do their checkbook and formalize and think about, what needs to occur when you're driving through a roundabout, that kind of thing, right? So it really affects all these aspects of day-to-day life. And it's progressive. That's also very, very important. So again, the mechanism of dementia is very complicated. It really depends on what dementia we're talking about. There in the research world, which we're going to talk about later this afternoon, there are many mechanisms. It's very complicated. We probably don't even know a third of what we're supposed to know about this. But to make this as simple as possible, it's really a decrease in acetylcholine. Acetylcholine is a neurotransmitter that is used in the brain to basically send messages from one place to another. And the reason why I'm pinpointing this one is because some of the things that I'm going to talk about later just affect the level of acetylcholine. So it'll make sense to all of us. So as simple as possible, decrease acetylcholine in the brain is one of the mechanisms, is one of the things that happens. So when that gets low, it affects memory and then all those other functions that I mentioned earlier. So does substance use actually cause dementia? Directly, as in literally, if you do too much of this, you can get dementia. The answer to that is yes, with alcohol and possibly benzodiazepines. Alcohol and benzodiazepines work very, very similarly in the brain. Benzodiazepines are Valium, for example, Ativan, right? So that class of medication that are prescribed. Alcohol, I don't need to explain what that is. You can just go to the store, right? So, so yes, if alcohol itself is a neurotoxic substance, and there is such a thing literally as, alcohol-related dementia. I mean, if you drink enough, and you drink heavily enough for long enough, you can literally develop dementia due to that alcohol. Indirectly, many other substances can certainly contribute, worsen, and in many ways be a component of other things that are causing dementia. So for example, cigarettes, okay? So, you smoke. I don't think anyone would say that smoking causes dementia. However, smoking will increase your risk of vascular disease, which is very highly correlated to developing dementia. So you can kind of see 1 or 2 steps later, we can, I think, pretty definitively say that tobacco itself can increase dementia, and the studies show somewhere in the range of 15, 20% or so. The next question I wanted to answer is, does substance use complicate dementia? I think that's very, very easy. I can definitely say in big bold letters, yes. Because the use of alcohol, the use of the prescribed medications that I mentioned, benzodiazepines like Valium, Ativan, which are used for anxiety, cannabis, which is legal here in Canada now, tobacco, which I've just mentioned, and opiates as well. And then anticholinergics. So a few slides back, I mentioned acetylcholine. So low acetylcholine contributes to dementia. So anticholinergics, these are medications that decrease choline. So now it makes sense. If these medications decrease, or anticholinergics, then you can see how very easily it makes sense in our mind that it can actually contribute to and affect and worsen dementia. So 2 very popular over-the-counter medications that everyone buys and uses is Benadryl and Gravol. So I'll talk about that in a little bit, in a few minutes. So all of these substances, some, actually, all of them legal, actually. Some legal, some illegal. I mean, there's definitely illegal opiates out there. But all of these substances that we can basically buy at the store now can make dementia worse. Okay, so we'll talk about alcohol and benzodiazepines a little bit. So there's clear evidence that alcohol is directly toxic to the brain and that it decreases acetylcholine levels. And as I said before, there's literally a type of dementia, we call it Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome, that is directly related to excessive alcohol use. And just general alcohol use worsens symptoms of pretty much all the other dementias as well. And as a little aside, do not believe the information that drinking a moderate or small amount of alcohol actually helps brain function. I'm not a teetotaler myself. I certainly have my drinks, but I know full well that it's not helping my brain. So, I give you permission to do it, but I'll be able to say I told you so. So really, any amount of alcohol is really not healthy for the brain. Years back, there was this whole back and forth about, well, if you drink, a couple red wine's better than white wine, and this and that. I don't know where that all came from, but basically the easiest message is that no amount of alcohol is going to be helpful for any brain, and certainly not for a brain that is struggling and trying to do its best to function as well as it can with a progressive dementing illness. And benzodiazepines, basically, they're almost identical to the alcohol. There's very clear evidence that long-term use of Valium, Ativan, as two brand name examples. That's lorazepam, is the Ativan. There's clear evidence that long-term use does contribute to dementia and decreases acetylcholine levels as well as other neurotransmitter levels. That's actually how it works. That's how alcohol and benzodiazepines actually work. They inhibit and kind of decrease these neurotransmitters, which is why when you drink, you feel calmer. That's what it's actually doing. All right, so we'll shift over to cannabis, which is again, like I said, legal now. There's also zero evidence in my mind that cannabis is helpful for memory or dementia. It's just, you know, whatever literature is out there, you know, I don't think it's robust enough to be able to say that it is helpful for memory or dementia. Cannabis use, especially in a frail brain, can cause psychosis and agitation and restlessness. And I see this all the time in the hospital, all the time. Whenever I'm on call, I see this. And, you know, what's a fragile brain? Well, fragile brain is young people because their brain is developing, and a fragile brain is older folks because, you know, the brain is getting tired. And in my opinion, every brain is very fragile. So my parting message on cannabis is what I wrote there. If you must use cannabis, and that's against my advice, by the way, but if you insist and you believe that going to the store and buying some cannabis is going to be helpful for you, then try to get the purest CBD that you can. Because the THC component of cannabis is absolutely more detrimental than the CBD part of it. Again, my advice is don't use it at all. I think it's way overhyped in terms of the potential benefits, in terms of the potential medical benefits. And certainly it can worsen and contribute to dementia symptoms. Tobacco. The major issue with tobacco is that it contributes to vascular disease, and that is a well-known fact. And one of the major risk factors of dementia is vascular disease. So put two and two together, and it makes sense that smoking is not very good for your brain. So many studies have shown 15, 20, 30% increased risk for dementia, depending on what study you look at. And my other message is that it's never, ever too late to quit. You know, if someone's been smoking, you know, a pack a day, every day for 40 years, and like, oh, what's the point now? You know, I should have done it 20 years ago. There's no sense in doing it now. There actually is. The global health benefits of stopping stopping tobacco are actually noticed very, very quickly. Your body really does start to heal from the persistent tobacco damage in various parts of the body, not just the brain, very quickly thereafter. So it's never too late to quit. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's never too late to do it. Anticholinergics, these are the medications I mentioned earlier, and I'm going to really focus on two. There are many anticholinergic medications. Most of them are prescribed by us, by the doctors. So, you know, some of the issues that I'm going to talk about, many prescribed medications contribute to this. And, you know, it's really up to the physician and the geriatricians and the geriatric psychiatrists and the patients, you know, the individuals to really have, you know, good conversations about the medications that are prescribed. Do I really need all of these? As I always like to say, and my team and seniors mental health team hears it all the time, there is no medication that comes with a free lunch. Not even today's was free. Right? So every medication has side effects. So I'm going to focus on the ones that I listed here because they're over the counter and they're very, very common. So Benadryl, which is diphenhydramine, is sneaked into a lot of a lot of over-the-counter medications. If you see anything that says PM, it's most likely diphenhydramine that they've added to it. So when you go to Sobeys or Superstore and you're going to buy something to help you sleep, take a look at it. I bet you money that you're going to see diphenhydramine written there. It's usually 25 milligrams. So you might not think you're taking Benadryl, but you actually are. And the reason why I'm bringing it up is because it is an anticholinergic medication. So anticholine, right? So you decrease the cholinergic load, and then that affects your brain. So even without dementia, if you take Benadryl for good reasons, say you have an allergic reaction or something, you feel fuzzy, right? It's like you have cotton balls in your head. So if you have dementia, you're just basically making it worse in that short run. You're going to increase confusion and basically really put yourself, if you're the one doing it, or put your loved one at risk for delirium. And also massive increased risk of falls, especially in the elderly. I mean, you can imagine if you're feeling fuzzy, if you're feeling groggy, which is what it does to you, and you're feeling, you're more confused, you're much higher risk of falls. Gravol is used tremendously on PEI. I'll tell you a little story about that in a second. So, I'll talk about Gravol because this, in essence, does the exact same thing as Benadryl. Gravol basically is metabolized to Benadryl in your system once you take it, for all intents and purposes. So it does exactly what Benadryl does. Causes fuzzy, brain, confusion, sleepiness. Does get rid of your nausea, I'll give you that, that's what it's for. But it does all those other things as well. So my quick little story, like it was mentioned, and thank you, by the way, for the nice introduction. I've been here for 6 years, and never in my career have I seen people use Gravol as much as I've seen here on PEI. Like in New York City, in Boston, like nowhere. I don't know what that's about, but everyone uses it. It is not healthy to use Gravol in an aging brain. It is, and certainly if there's dementia, it is going to just make things worse. I'll talk about alternatives later. Okay. So what can families and caregivers do to support those with dementia? I mean, this seems simplistic, but it's hard. It's a lot of hard work. But here's my list. I made this up for today's talk. I think the most important thing is to really be supportive, and it can be very frustrating at times. And I understand that, the professionals understand that. But the most important thing is really just to be there and be supportive and lead by example. So today's topic, in terms of alcohol, cannabis, tobacco, right? I mean, if we're trying to decrease the frequency and quantity of alcohol use in a loved one who has dementia, it's probably not a good idea to whip out the wine bottle at dinner and say, I'm going to have some, but you shouldn't, right? I mean, it just doesn't make sense. So lead by example and lead a healthier life, and you're going to bring that loved one along to basically minimize the use of these substances. Exercise the body and the brain together. So again, just lead by example, live healthily, and they'll come along with you, and that's only going to be helpful for both, or for all, if it's the entire family. And then most importantly, encourage treatment, which I'm going to talk about in a minute or two. Oh, went too far. How do I go back? That was very touchy.
It is, you can use arrows.
Okay, great. Okay, I think that's right. Yep. Okay, there we go. Found the arrows. Perfect. All right, so treatment options for substance use. Really, it's the full gamut of options. I mean, we actually do have a lot of treatment options here on PEI. Through mental health and addictions, through family medicine, through many, many places. And the key point here is that even if the individual has dementia, you know, the treatment options are still there, they're still important, and they can still really be very helpful. So I'm a big proponent of AA, always have been. It's free, it's everywhere, and you can literally go every day, 3 times a day if you want. Obviously, mental health and addictions, you know, and outside of mental health and addictions, you know, there are counselors that are there for support. And there are also medications that are available for the cravings of alcohol, for example. And I just listed here, I'm assuming folks will be able to get the slides. There's the phone number for the Provincial Addictions Treatment Facility phone number, and then the mental health patient navigator number, and obviously family physicians. Okay, I want to spend a little time on alternatives because there's actually, you know, to me, this is important because this kind of changes. What we're trying to do really is change kind of a culture, you know, especially with alcohol. I mean, alcohol is everywhere, and it's really an expectation in most social interactions. And certainly if someone is used to having, you know, drinks on a daily basis, you know, for 30 years, you know, cutting that out 100% is very difficult. So, you know, in individuals who have dementia, who are, you know, who enjoy, you know, drinking wine or drinking beer, you know, there are now, 25 years ago, not as much, but now there are actually some pretty decent non-alcoholic alternatives to alcohol, to be honest. I've tried them. They're pretty reasonably, you know, they taste reasonable. They're not disgusting the way they used to be. And, you know, frankly, it's perfectly legitimate in my mind, you know, to provide an alternative. There's non-alcoholic beer, non-alcoholic wine that doesn't taste like grape juice. There's actually even non-alcoholic spirits. And like I said, they're much, much better now than they used to be. With tobacco, it's, you know, there are many different options in terms of the nicotine replacement, gum, lozenges, sprays, cartridges. I debated whether I would include the e-cigarettes. I think in the big scheme of things, e-cigarettes are better than regular cigarettes because the part that's really bad for you for smoking is all the crap that's in the cigarette, right? It's not the nicotine itself per se. The problem is that e-cigarettes are full of crap too. It's just different crap. You know, it's just full of goodness knows what's in there. It's not just nicotine. That's why the gums and the lozenges might actually be a better option. A substitute for Gravol is ginger. You know, there's actually a decent amount of data that ginger works just as well as Gravol to actually decrease nausea. So there are a lot of ginger substitutes out there that you can get. The company that makes Gravol, and I don't know what company it is, but the company that actually makes the brand name Gravol actually sells Gravol ginger, which doesn't have any medicine in it. It's just ginger. So you need to buy Gravol, buy the ginger version of it because there's nothing else in it. And then for Benadryl, substituting for Benadryl, most people take Benadryl, the diphenhydramine that I mentioned before, for sleep. It's very, very common. That's why people are using it. The bottom line is that any and all sleep aids, prescribed or not, only work on a very, very temporary basis. And what only works in the long run is really sleep hygiene. That's really the only thing that really works. Unfortunately, we're stuck between a rock and a hard place with dementia because one of the things that gets really affected by dementia is sleep. So, we're always, like I like to say, we're always chasing our tail, trying to figure out, well, how can we, help this person's sleep pattern when I know intrinsically they're not sleeping as well because their brain is not functioning as well because of their dementia, and that's why their sleep is disrupted. But sleep hygiene strategies are really the best, and you can look online, or you can get resources in terms of what that whole strategy is. But they're pretty common sense things like, go to bed at the same time, don't watch TV, don't read in bed. If you get up in the middle of the night and you're really not sleepy, you can go do something that's a little activity and then go back when you feel sleepy. There's a whole list of things. And that really does, in the long run, help. It doesn't work the first night. If anything, it makes it worse. But in the long run, it makes it better. So that's pretty much what I had for the presentation, because I wanted to make sure we had time for discussion and questions.
Thank you so much. Sure. There you go. Thank you so much. I'm sure that there are questions. Hopefully you're not going to be the least popular speaker on the evaluations that are on the table. Okay.
Mine's just a brief question. I see quite often in healthcare that we use melatonin. I'm just wondering what the thoughts on that.
Yeah, so the question is about melatonin, and we see melatonin a lot. It's actually a good question. Melatonin, to be honest, is in the big scheme of things, one of the more benign, in my opinion. I think that's perfectly reasonable, frankly. That's a reasonable alternative if a pill is actually what the person wants. I deliberately did not put it in there as a solution or as an alternative because in the end, the best solution for sleep improvement is not a pill, even melatonin. Having said that, melatonin, I think, is a much, much better option. I mean, if you have to choose between Benadryl and melatonin, go buy melatonin. Right? Anywhere between, somewhere in the 5 milligram range every night. It depends, because some of the bottles that you get are 5 milligrams and others are 2. So, 2 or 6, 5, just somewhere in that range. If you take it every single night earlier, it tends to work better if it's earlier in the evening. Then it should, in the long run, help. It helps the sleep architecture. And remember, sleep architecture is being destroyed by, sadly, age. The older we get, the worse our sleep architecture becomes. And also, certainly, by the dementia itself. It really just affects the sleep architecture. Because we sleep in a pattern at night, stage 1, 2, 3, 4, REM sleep, all that kind of stuff. And it's this pattern, and that gets messed up. So the melatonin helps to kind of improve that. And it does work. And it's pretty safe.
Just a oddball question. I'm just wondering with regards to things like the Benadryl and that line of medication, I'm curious as to, is this something that in the long term could complicate into dementia? Because I'm thinking along the lines of, even myself, like I take Reactin, Claritin, anything like that for allergies, and then I do have a nephew who quite regularly takes Benadryl and things like that for ongoing allergies. So is there something, have they done anything where we know what the long-term effects of taking something like this over decades?
Yep. Yeah, that's an excellent question. So the question is about using Benadryl and similar medications for decades on end, is that going to cause troubles? Speaking for myself, who takes Reactin, I hope not. But so let me take 30 seconds to explain this a little better. The newer antihistamines, like Reactin, let's say, are much less anticholinergic. They're not. It's not zero though. So, you know, I tell myself that it's safer for me to take Reactin every day than Benadryl. But to be honest, I don't think anyone knows what the heck's going to happen if you take this stuff for 30 years. We just don't know. You know, I think using these over-the-counter medications in a reasonable fashion for a period of time that you need it for specific symptoms is fine. But I can't answer the question in terms of 30 years from now. So it's a hard question. Now, for Benadryl, the diphenhydramine, I can be a little more definitive about that. There's definitely a reasonable amount of evidence that long-term use of anticholinergic medications, Benadryl has a fairly decent anticholinergic effect as a side effect. That's not what it's intended to do, but it has that. Long-term use of anticholinergics can certainly contribute to developing cognitive issues. And again, it just makes sense, right? If you need this amount of acetylcholine floating around in your brain and you have it down here for 20 something years because you're suppressing it with medication, that can't be good. So, but remember, the Benadryl, the anticholinergic effects of Benadryl, that's not what they sell it for. It's a side effect because it's what we call, it's a dirty drug. It just has a lot of effects. What we buy it for is the antihistamine effect, the antihistaminic effect. That's why it's really good to treat allergic reactions. And we use it in the emergency room, right? I mean, it's a wonderful drug. It's just that we're using it like candy to help us go to sleep at night.
I think everyone that's of a certain age starts to forget about the time and the past time, especially when you're not going that far. Okay? But does seem with dementia, that's exasperated or presents itself in new ways. So, what should be a portable psychiatric advice here? You have ideas around that we might not have found in the literature or something new around assisting people with an awareness of time and a sense of time.
Yeah. So the question is about the sense of time and forgetting, you know, kind of forgetfulness and dementia in terms of time. I'm glad you asked that question because this is one of, I think, a very important topic that is not usually mentioned much. I put it on my list on purpose. You know, it's, by the way, I don't have a quick answer for you, but I'll talk about it for a little bit. We as human beings have a very, very good sense of time. You know, if you close your eyes and you think, you know, Dr. Salabarria has another 5 minutes left of this boring lecture, you immediately have a sense of how long 5 minutes is. Right? And it's fascinating because if you don't think about this, but if you actually consciously do this, you really have a sense, you know, like, you know, I am going to be home in 2 hours. I have an internal sense of how long 2 hours is. Dementia really destroys that. So it's a very disconcerting feeling not knowing how long 5 minutes is, 2 hours is, a week is. It has to be extremely distressing to be in a state where you don't know how long that is, or you don't feel how long that is. So to try to answer your question, you know, are there any tricks? Is there anything that we can do? I think a very important thing to do in the early stages, as this begins to slowly deteriorate, this sense of time is really having a lot of reminders, right? And using, the clock and the calendar, in a much more, kind of definitive sense. So, if you watch old movies, which I like to do, if you watch old movies, someone's gonna be in jail for 50 years, and on the brick wall they have the X's, right? They're counting it, right? In essence, that goofy example is in essence what I'm saying is that we can use our calendars to trigger that sense to the individual who's having trouble having an idea of, well, how long is it, you're going to go see the doctor in 5 days, right? I mean, I don't know what 5 days is. Another very important thing is, as the sense of time further deteriorates, we as the loved ones, if we recognize that, then we don't put the loved one who has a dementia in the position to even think about that, right? I'm the one who's going to worry about how long 5 days is. And I'm not going to tell my spouse, that I'm going to go see Dr. Salabarria in 5 days. I'm not going to tell my spouse, you're going to see Dr. Salabarria, like, we're going now. We're going to an appointment, right? And, so, unfortunately, as the sense of time worsens and it causes distress, I think it's most useful for those people around them to really kind of consciously stop kind of dealing with the time thing, honestly. Just let it be, because we're not going to be able to fix it. And there've been some kind of comedic movies in the past, like, Groundhog's Day type stuff, but it's not a funny topic, right? I mean, it is something that causes an enormous amount of distress. And the best we can do is, one, recognize it, and then try to work around it, especially as it gets further along. Early on, the tricks of, jotting the calendar, circling the days, counting, having multiple clocks just to kind of, keep time, in the forefront is okay, but eventually it gets to the point where just not even that works anymore.
More questions?
Yep. Right. Yeah, so the question is about other hypnotic medications that are prescribed, such as Zopiclone, for example. Do they contain benzos? Another good question. You guys are all pharmacists. That class of sleep aid, which I prescribe, we all prescribe, is, I would say, like let's say a second cousin. I won't say first cousin. It's like a second cousin to the benzos. They're not exactly benzodiazepines, but they work similarly. So in the big scheme of things, they're not as bad, but they're also not very good. They have their own slew of problems, to be honest. But in terms of today's topic, it's similar to the benzodiazepines, but not quite as detrimental. But again, long-term use of them is to be honest, is more of a placebo. And listen, I have patients that are prescribed these long-term, but in my heart of hearts, it's probably more the concept of taking the sleep aid as opposed to the benefit that it's actually doing itself.
Say, scale 1
Oh, in terms of anticholinergic stuff, that's probably pretty low on the list. That's not very anticholinergic. But on a scale of 1 to 10, I would just say, comparing it to benzodiazepines, I would say benzodiazepines are a 10, and I would say the Zopiclones of the world are probably like a 6 or a 7, something like that. I made those up, but relatively speaking. Yeah.
More questions? I think what I'm wondering about those people don't and you want access. I guess I heard today. But can you describe the process of what happens when they talk to somebody? And how long does it actually take for that person to do this?
Okay, that's a good question in terms of access to seniors mental health team if you don't have a family physician, or for that matter, even geriatrics. Try to do broad and then more specific. I mean, just in general, in the mental health world, if you have a connection to any community mental health service, then community mental health people can refer to psychiatry, even though we're specialists. So it's a little different than some other specialties. So, our counselors, for example, can refer to psychiatry, and that's a perfectly billable service. So that's one way to get in. So more specifically, seniors mental health team, which is obviously more apropos to today's topic and today's entire day, referrals made to seniors mental health team, and I have a bunch of my colleagues sitting a little back here in the room. And we provide, they provide the services in terms of nursing and counseling, home visits if necessary, come to the office. I mean, assessments. They do an excellent, wonderful job. Both folks who are at home and folks who are in community cares or nursing homes. And then as necessary or as needed, they refer to psychiatry, i.e. me. And for the most part, I always say yes, because it makes logical sense. So I'll see the individual, and then if they have a family doctor and it's nothing too complicated, then I'll do an assessment and give recommendations. But more often than not, I usually follow them for a while, and sometimes for a long while. It just kind of depends. Even just periodically, because I develop a good relationship with my patients, as we all do in the seniors mental health team, and we follow along the journey as best we can, and so the services are there. I mean, it becomes a little more complicated without a family doctor. This is true, but if you get your foot into the door of community mental health one way or the other, then the way to get to me. Or my colleague on the West, by the way, is Dr. Tanya Gallant. She does seniors mental health team in the West. Then that's the way to do it. And just in general, any type of walk-in clinic can also refer to psychiatry. Maple can refer to psychiatry, and obviously family doctors and nurse practitioners can. Okay, that's it. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Okay, so thank you so much, Dr. Salabarria. Fascinating message, and I'm sure you would want to shake most of us in this room for some of the choices that we may make. But good to know. So thank you very much for that.
All right, so welcome back from break. I'm gonna just introduce our next participants. Now, we decided that we would try to bring in our special guest she's joining us from BC. And so we'll have a bit of a hybrid presentation. Jeanne Rokosh is the founder of Essie's Place, an organization dedicated to her partner Essie, who died unexpectedly in November of 2011. Jeanne has an MA in clinical psychology and has completed postgraduate certification in monitoring and evaluation. She's seen firsthand the horrible impact of progressive supranuclear palsy, or PSP, in her grandmother and 3 of her grandmother's sisters. Her aunt in that same maternal line had both late onset Alzheimer's and progressive supranuclear palsy. Finally, Jeanne had an abnormal MRI scan at the age of 54 that indicated that she may have early stage dementia. Being a member of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community and having this possible disease trajectory makes her passionate about sharing with others the similarities and differences in the 2S LGBTQIA+ journey with dementia that she may be on. Jeanne is going to be joined today by someone I hope you've all come to know, her daughter, Laura. She's the manager of programs and services with the Alzheimer's Society of PEI. Laura completed her degree in psychology from St. Mary's in 2011 and went on to complete her social work degree at Dalhousie in 2013. She started working for the Alzheimer's Society, actually in Saskatchewan, and she feels truly honored to be a part of an amazing team working to make a difference in the lives of those affected by dementia. She's been with us for 5 years now, here in PEI in a total of 10 years. And she understands what an amazing privilege it is to serve Islanders impacted by Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. Please join me in welcoming Laura and Jeanne.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here today and present on a topic that's very near and dear to my heart. The presentation that Jeanne and I are about to deliver is a pared down version of a comprehensive education module that we designed specifically for caregivers who are providing support to individuals who identify as 2S LGBTQIA+ and are living with dementia. The aim is to equip caregivers with a better understanding of the lived experience and the unique needs of the Pride community and the impact that early life can have on us later in life and while living with dementia. The goal is for caregivers to possess a comprehensive skill set, enabling them to provide inclusive and affirming care. As family caregivers, you want to ensure positive interactions with the person that you are caring for. And if you are providing care for 2S LGBTQIA individuals, it's important to know who the community encompasses in order to provide inclusive care. And an important part of that is knowing the vocabulary and the meaning behind words. We often react physically and emotionally to what is said about us and to us, and language can affect us as powerfully as physical actions. The words and the phrases that we use to communicate with and about others can be experienced as empowering and affirming or as harmful. And this is especially true for communities who have experienced discrimination and marginalization. Respecting the identity language that a 2S LGBTQIA+ individual uses is vital to promoting a positive, caring relationship. 2S LGBTQIA+ is an acronym comprised of different cultural, sexual, and gender identities. The intent is to include the variety of people who fit into a community of non-traditional gender and sexual identities. And as caregivers, I encourage you to learn what each letter of the acronym means if you don't already know, to promote inclusive communication. Another important piece to understand is the difference between sex, sexual orientation, and gender, and really having the awareness that each of these are independent of the other. An individual's sex or assigned sex at birth is an anatomical classification, and it's based on biology and physical characteristics such as chromosomes, hormones, external genitalia, and reproductive organs. Examples of sex include male, female, and intersex. Sexual orientation relates to one's emotional, romantic, spiritual, or sexual attraction to others. Your sexual attraction is a separate concept of your gender identity. Gender identity is about who you are, and sexual orientation is about who you want to be with. Gender, as I mentioned, is independent of our sex and our sexual orientation, and it's a social construct on how we identify. And it's typically made up of cultural, behavioral, and psychological traits. Within that, there's our gender identity, which refers to a person's internal personal sense or experience of gender. In other words, it's how you see yourself. And gender expression, and that refers to how an individual outwardly presents, expresses, or communicates their gender identity. And this can be through behaviors as well as physical appearance. Often people make assumptions about the gender of another person based on their appearance or name. These assumptions aren't always correct, and the act of making assumptions, even if they are correct, sends a potentially harmful message. Using someone's correct personal pronouns is a way to respect them and to create an inclusive environment, just as using a person's name can be a way to demonstrate respect. It can be offensive and even harassing to make up a nickname for somebody and call them that nickname against their will. And the same can be true for guessing someone's pronouns. Pronouns are an important piece of inclusive language, and they're the words we use to refer to a person, such as she, he, and they. A person's common name is what they wish to be called by others, and that may be different than what appears on their official documents. For some Pride individuals, these can have special importance. Respecting a trans or non-binary person's pronouns and common name is affirming and fosters a positive, caring relationship. However, since these can also reveal sensitive identity information, we do have to be mindful about how we use them in front of others. Some people may wish to be referred to differently based on their sense of safety, the situation, and who is present. And this is really an important piece to consider if you're a caregiver and you're attending medical appointments, bringing outside help into the home, and moving a person into a care home. What we recommend is to avoid mistakes. Check with the person what language they would like you to use and when. Due to decreased inhibition resulting from the progression of dementia, the sexuality of individuals may become more apparent, even if they haven't publicly disclosed their sexual orientation. Additionally, dementia can pose challenges in maintaining gender identity. As caregivers, it's our responsibility to assist because an individual's identity exists beyond their diagnosis. If we are aware of the person's preferred way of identification encompassing their chosen name, pronoun, and attire, it is essential to provide support that upholds the dignity and identity. This advocacy should persist when somebody transitions into care. Now, having covered the foundational terms and concepts, I'm going to turn it over to Jeanne, Mom, who will discuss the lived experience and how these encounters shape and will continue to shape perspectives, decisions, behavior, and health in later life.
Good afternoon, fellow people way out on the East Coast in PEI. I wanted to thank you for having me, and also just say that with being on the continuum of perhaps dementia, I may miss a word here and there, so just bear with me as I talk. The first thing my area to talk about is the lived experience. And I think what I would want to highlight, and I hope you take away after my portion, is this notion of a parallel experience. So I'm going to talk about some of the things like internal, external stressors, how they can end up invoking a high stress response that will just accrue over time, that can affect your well-being, your implications in terms of a delayed diagnosis, getting medical care, and figuring out how to move through this difficult diagnosis. But what I want you to understand is that with a lived experience, everyone, when they get a diagnosis, will go through similar things. It's just that we, the community, may be having a parallel experience. And I'm going to talk about that on the next slide, if Laura can click me through here. The next slide, when we talk about barriers to care, we look at concerns of discrimination, fear of being refused care, being misgendered. I said to Laura the other day, I get misgendered once a week at least, and I identify as female. I use she, her pronouns, but I get called he quite regularly, and I'm used to it now, so I just kind of carry on. But that parallel experience is going on at the same time I'm going through learning about dementia and all of the stressors and the changes in one's life, the life events, social acceptance, protections. I have to manage all those while at the same time I'm sorting through what this lived experience is that people not in my community wouldn't have to go through. So with that slide, I'm going to move on to the next one. This is a tough one in terms of being an ally. As a member of the community, I've been a member of the community. I knew when I was 6 My mom wouldn't let me wear pants on the first day of school. And that in 1968 was quite a statement for her. And so lo and behold, I ended up wearing pants the first day of school. And that meant that in some respects, she was being an ally, even though she didn't know it at the time. And so when we're being an ally, it means we're standing up for the rights and supporting people who are in the community. I'm going to tell you right now, as someone who lives in the community, it's hard to be an ally. It's hard to know what to say, how to say it. You worry about the pronouns, you worry about the alphabet and the descriptions. But what's important when becoming an ally is to really learn, use don't use exclusive language. Please don't do that. Use inclusive language. Really support others in their voices, call out bad behavior. Listen, really listen. That's something that is really important that we could learn. Laura's working on training. There's all kinds of training. And if I could ask anyone, it would be remember that who I am and my identity will always exist beyond the diagnosis. So yes, I may be a member of the community, but being an ally just means helping me continue to be able to be that person. So with that, we're going to move to the next slide. She's a good clicker, that Laura. We're on to the impact of dementia, which is great. Oh, or we're doing caregivers today. I do have a sense of humor. It's okay to laugh. I laugh at myself all the time. I can't hear you laughing, but I hope you're laughing. In terms of caregivers today, I think what's really important is that I thought about this morning. We're the first generation, my age group, that is going to be going into care and likely, in my case, or many people's cases, having dementia of some kind. So the difficulty for us is the fear of going in, people not knowing about our background. We may have been isolated from our biological family for years, meaning that when we go into care, when we need caregivers, we will have a chosen family. We have an entire system that is based on a biological family and that they are the people who we turn to. So I would encourage you as caregivers to look at chosen families as the people who may be around to support someone like me. Caregivers, sometimes people think that if you're a caregiver of someone who's in our community, that must mean you're gay. Well, that doesn't mean you're gay. That means you're a caregiver. That's what that means. So it's important to remember that we need the same care as other people, but there's going to be different dynamics at play. And if I could ask anything, remember that dementia is why you're caring for us. That's the main reason that you are supporting us. So I would ask for Laura to click another one. Oh, it's her turn. I'm going to hand it back to her.
So the Pride population is more likely to experience discrimination and hate crime. According to Stats Canada, they are 2 to 3 times more likely to report poor mental health compared to their heterosexual counterparts. While there is no research about the prevalence of dementia among this population as of yet, some early research suggests there is potentially an elevated risk based on the experience of systemic homophobia throughout lifetime. Age, genetics, and assigned sex at birth are all uncontrollable risk factors we often discuss, but we fail to recognize the impact that socioeconomic status can have at increasing our risk. And for marginalized groups, this can be out of their control. 25% of the Pride population 50 years of age and older had subjective cognitive decline. While we need more research in the area to fully understand the connection, some theories link socioeconomic status having an impact. 2S LGBTQIA+ adults are more likely to experience poverty. And this is the result of discrimination based on their identity in the workforce, impacting their ability to have or maintain a job. This leads to less accrued wealth and assets and less retirement savings. Less income contributes to a lack of resources to provide life necessities such as food, shelter, and clothing, and also a lack of access to such resources as healthcare, education, and transportation, all of which can impact one's mental and physical health. For these reasons, socioeconomic status should be considered an uncontrollable risk factor for the Pride individuals.
As Jaime mentioned briefly this morning, although we can't change our genes or stop aging, there are changes we can make to reduce our risk of dementia. It is essential, though, to emphasize that certain modifiable risk factors for dementia, such as depression, substance abuse, smoking, social isolation, hold particular significance with the Pride community. According to Flatt's insight from the Alzheimer's Disease International 2023 report, the traditionally safe places for this community have been bars, which may contribute to higher alcohol access. Surveys also consistently reveal elevated rates of depression, anxiety, and drug use among individuals identifying as 2S LGBTQIA+, compared to the general population. And these are important considerations when talking about modifiable risk factors for the Pride community. I'm now going to turn it back over to Jeanne, who will talk about the impact of dementia.
Thank you. This slide is really interesting because if you look at the titles of all of the 4 pieces, identity and relationships, emotionally, legally, financially, those areas are all impacted by, for anyone who has dementia. And the phrase that I mentioned earlier a few slides ago was about the parallel experience that I might be having as a person in my community that other people may not, people who are heterosexual, clearly male, clearly female. So when I think about identity and relationships, yes, those dynamics are going to change if you have dementia. But at the same time, this parallel experience that I'm having might mean that I'm hiding my relationship. It might mean that I have a different gender identity that no one knows about. Emotionally, living with dementia is not easy. That's a fact. But emotionally, I may have other stressors in that experience that are fear of being outed because I've never been out. I'm betting that there are a lot of people on PEI who are not out. And I say that with great compassion because I think in PEI and many other places in Canada, there are still people that aren't out. So emotionally, that's an impact. But when you're in our community, you have another parallel experience happening. Legally, I know this from firsthand experience. When my partner died, we had wills that were done by the most skilled estate lawyer in Canada that we were told, and there were still difficulties. And the law is the law, we were told, but there were still difficulties. So that's that parallel experience. Financially, oftentimes people don't even know what our finances are, and together we wouldn't be considered financially a couple anyway, because we haven't been deemed as such in this parallel experience. So the impact of dementia, I want to say, is significant for everyone, but remember that parallel experience that we're having. And give us a click there, my kiddo. Identity changes. I think that this is really important. As we've gone through our lives in my community, trying to figure out who we are, we likely will have had hard and struggling experiences, gender transition coming out, experiences of body dysmorphia, anxieties relating to our authentic selves. And those may come up once we are diagnosed and struggling to figure out who we are. So just remember that, again, I'm talking about that parallel experience that we may be having alongside people who may having the normal impacts of a dementia diagnosis and what that means. And if you could click, Laura. Yeah, relationship changes. I think that anyone at your conference would know that when there is a dementia diagnosis, there is inevitably going to be relationship changes as the disease progresses. The hard part is that in our community, there's that parallel experience where people may not even know we're in a relationship. Or if they do know we're in a relationship, they may have family that comes from a religious background and doesn't acknowledge that relationship. So there will absolutely be relationship changes, but make sure to really learn and understand about the parallel experience that we may be having, because with those changes, there will be other things going on for us that may not be going on in the heterosexual community or people who identify clearly as female or male. And we'll go to the last one, the emotional impact. Oh, she is some quick, that clicker. Living with dementia, the emotional impact, it's not easy. Everything on this slide, I don't have to tell any of you about, because you all work in the field and you know about these pieces. But in the parallel experience, we will have all of these impacts that are on that slide, but we will also be trying to manage fear of perhaps being outed if we're not out, fear of people finding out who our partner is. Perhaps our partner people don't know about, but our partner has access to the financial pieces that we might need. And so therefore we're scared. So there's fear, there's people who are trans. I feel such great compassion for people who are trans, because not only if they were diagnosed with dementia, would they have these emotional impacts, they would be having a whole other parallel set of experiences around discrimination, being disenfranchised, and feeling frustrated, lonely, not having support. So this slide is an absolute gem of a description. Also, learn more about the parallel experience that we may be having. So that's kind of what I know for this section. I'll hand it back to Laura.
So grief has been termed the constant yet hidden companion of dementia. But really what we want to talk about here is disenfranchised grief. And that's the experience of loss that is unable to be openly acknowledged, socially supported, or publicly mourned. And contributors of this include homophobia, transphobia, and unfamiliarity with diverse forms of family and relationships. The 2S LGBTQIA+ community faces additional complexities in their experience of grief stemming from life marked with prejudice, discrimination, oppression, and a lack of inclusive supports. Blair spoke on aspects of advanced care planning earlier today, and I'd like to highlight why advanced care planning is imperative for the Pride community. For 2S LGBTQIA+ individuals living with dementia, elements related to sexuality, gender, self-expression, chosen family, faith, and other day-to-day life considerations can all become the subject to what others think is best. Lack of social recognition of chosen family can result in the prioritization of biological relatives in caregiving and decision-making, regardless of the state of their relationship. Having an advanced care plan helps ensure that the person's identity, wishes, wants, values, and how they define quality of life are respected legally. Caregivers of 2S LGBTQIA+ individuals with dementia face unique challenges in regards to finances due to the lack of recognition for diverse relationships in workplace and government leaves and benefits. And we need to bridge these gaps to acknowledge the diverse primary unpaid caregivers in workforce and government care policies and leaves, extending beyond the conventional focus of biological, spousal, and child caregivers. Where allyship is about standing in solidarity with a group experiencing inequality, advocacy is about influencing decisions in support of equity for all individuals or groups. Advocacy may change over the course of dementia as the disease progresses, as the situation and environment change. Dementia at some point will impact a person's ability to advocate for themselves and to defend themselves against cisgender microaggressions and violence. Caregivers will need to step into the role of advocating for the person that they're supporting. As caregivers, you're advocating for recognition and personhood, for respect of the individual's identity, recognition of relationship, inclusive environment, and for their care. Advocacy, while essential for promoting change and raising awareness, can also be challenging and emotionally taxing. To support oneself during these efforts, it's crucial to prioritize self-care. Many Pride folks have made their home into safe spaces and a refuge from the rest of the world. Having to leave their home at the end of their lives can be a great point of stress for anybody, but especially for those within the Pride community. Older 2S LGBTQIA+ individuals may be hesitant to move into care facilities to avoid the risk of exposure to discriminatory acts, isolation, harassment, mistreatment, and ridicule from other residents and staff. and they may feel pressured to re-enter the closet or to hide their gender identity. To compound the issue, dementia has the potential to increase exposure to violence as the need for care increases. But there are frameworks to help ensure homes are positive, safe, and inclusive, and the Perceive and Feel framework is just one. As caregivers, we need to advocate for more safe and inclusive spaces, including long-term care. We need to advocate for more queer-specific care spaces and practices so individuals feel seen, represented, and respected. Pride older adults spent most of their life in a society where being gay was considered a mental disease, a crime, or a sin. This life experience results in fear of disclosing their sexual orientation or gender identity, especially when trying to navigate through environments of service. Negative or positive, the experience that these individuals have had or have heard about with healthcare and community support services will impact their perception of how future encounters may unfold. As a result, individuals may make decisions about whether to access, avoid, or refuse services provided by any individual, group, or organization beyond their trusted support network. And as caregivers, it's important to have this understanding as it may explain why we may see some resistance to access and support while living with dementia. Seeking out inclusive community resources and supports will be important not only for you as a caregiver, but also for the person that you're supporting. It is common to do as much as possible to support the person you're providing care for. However, as caregivers, we do have to remember that when we overextend ourselves, we risk compromising the care we're providing. For the most part, services are currently geared towards the Pride community, and services are currently geared towards people living with dementia. And very rarely do these services recognize and support the unique experiences of living and caring at the intersections of dementia and 2S LGBTQIA+ identities. Service providers need to build 2S LGBTQIA+ inclusive dementia-related services and community spaces, including integrating discussions about dementia into existing Pride supports, education, and support groups, and also create more opportunities for Pride individuals with dementia to come together. And that's why we've undergone this project. We're hoping to bridge the gap. Creating dementia-friendly queer community groups to support multiple aspects of identity for people living with dementia and to recognize the various configurations of caring relationships will reduce barriers and help ensure supports are inclusive. At the Alzheimer Society, we are taking steps in this direction, and the creation of this education module marks our initial efforts. We are dedicated to providing inclusive services and supports for everybody affected by dementia, and we will actively collaborate with Pride organizations to achieve this goal. Please know that you are not alone on this journey with dementia. We are here to support you and offer help for today and hope for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeannie, I'm not sure if you can hear it, but there's about 250 people applauding right now.
Oh, nice. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura and Jeannie, for sharing your story and for sharing your wisdom. This is a very important message that we'll continue. We'll be continuing to work on at the Alzheimer Society and working with our partners across the healthcare system as well. Okay, it's an absolute treat to welcome Dr. Andrew Frank with us today. Dr. Frank is a cognitive behavioral neurologist and a researcher at the Bruyere Memory Program at the Elisabeth Bruyere Hospital in Ottawa, Ontario. After finishing his bachelor's degree in honors biochem at the University of Calgary, Dr. Frank completed his MD at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver. He completed his residency in neurology at the University of Ottawa, and following this, Dr. Frank undertook a subspecialty fellowship in cognitive and behavioral neurology at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota. Dr. Frank's clinical practice is focused on the diagnosis and treatment of neurodegenerative diseases such as dementia due to Alzheimer's disease. His clinical interest lies in the early detection of cognitive disorders such as mild cognitive impairment, or MCI. Dr. Frank's research interest centers on investigating new pharmacological treatments and technologies for Alzheimer's disease. In I guess what I could call a former life, I worked for 7 years with the Alzheimer's Society of Ottawa and Renfrew County. And I had many occasions at that time to work with Dr. Frank, who has been a strong supporter of persons and families who are impacted by dementia and the importance of supports and education in the community. He has given tirelessly to provide education in the community, and I'm really grateful to see you. It's been a long time, and I'm grateful to have you joining us today virtually. Welcome.
Thank you, Jaime. Hello, everyone, and again, I really appreciate the invitation today, speaking to you from Ottawa, and some of today's talk may be a bit of a review, but it's always good to review the basics, but some of it at the end may be new, that is to say, a hopeful development in the search for new treatments for Alzheimer's disease, which we know is so devastating to individuals and their families. There has been a great dream forever that we would find new treatment for such a condition that we could stop it or slow it down or reverse it. All are hoped for, and thankfully, some development is taking place, and I'll be speaking about that at the end today. Next slide. And to review, the idea of memory loss affects us all, and some memory loss can be normal as we get older, and I think we've all experienced that. So one of the questions I always get is, Dr. Frank, what is the difference between normal memory loss and abnormal memory loss that could be a sign of Alzheimer's? And in fact, that's the kind of work I do here at the memory clinic here at Bruyere in Ottawa, is just receiving referrals from family doctors with the question being, does this individual have Alzheimer's or not? So a normal memory symptom may be difficulty with names, why we entered a room. I bet you we've all experienced this. And that can happen throughout life, especially if we are tired or stressed. But it may happen normally a little more as we get older, and often the answer to what we've forgotten comes later. So it's that the memory of what we're trying to remember is there. It just took longer to come out. So it's a bit slower. All of that, while it's very frustrating and embarrassing and can be scary, this type of phenomenon, the so-called senior moment that comes back to you later, is actually normal. But as we know, there is this kind of memory loss which is not normal as we get older. And many of you, if not all of you on the call today, have had experience with short-term memory loss, in which important details from recent conversations or events may be completely forgotten. I mean, very important details like, I went to a wedding earlier this week. That's quite a major event. Or important statements or questions that were just made minutes ago in conversation, such that if a question is asked and an answer is given, that just 5 minutes later, someone may ask the same question again without recollection that they just got the answer. It's not that they were asking it again to be sure of what was said, but rather asking the question fresh after just 5 to 10 minutes. And that usually strikes people as very strange when they see someone doing that. And that is often not normal with getting older. Next point, that you see, this is a memory loss in which someone demonstrates that other people notice in them when they may not notice it in themselves because they forgot that they asked before. They forgot that they forgot something. So it's quite striking. And here's the rule of thumb. If you're worried about your memory and others are not worried for you, that's a good sign that it's normal. But if you're not worried about your memory, but others are worried for you, as in this situation, that can be more serious. And other changes which are not normal are simple names. lost not in a part of town you never visit, but lost in a familiar part of town or around your own home. That's not normal. Performing activities which were previously done well, knitting, card games. If you were a wonderful cook, see, I was never, and I'm still not a good cook. But if you were a good cook and over 1 or 2 years losing that ability to follow recipes, that's not normal for aging. Solving problems, poor judgment, changes in personality. This is not part of that senior moment, normal forgetting the name of that actor or why I went into a room and having a comeback later. This is very different. And it's these kinds of changes that I use in my practice to help differentiate those individuals who do and do not have Alzheimer's. And it's memory loss which takes away independence, like medications, bills. If these are things you did before, some people never took care of the household bills, so that doesn't count. But if you did do the bills and now you cannot do them, or if you did do the shopping or the cooking and now cannot do them over about 1 or 2 years usually, we don't call that aging due to memory loss. Now, there can be physical changes. We don't want to go back. If there are physical changes that prevent these things, that's different. That may be due to arthritis or other physical. This is loss of independence due to a memory change. And this kind of loss of independence, of course, with dressing or hygiene, that is not part of what we call aging normally. This is the abnormal aging, which may be Alzheimer's. And this is the second question I get from everyone, and I apologize if this is such a review, but again, it's always good to go back to first principles, that the word dementia is a medical term that is about it's a memory loss which takes away independence. That's the definition. And so therefore, there are different stages. Mild dementia is when there's loss of independence for complicated activities like taking medications or paying the bills. Moderate dementia is defined as, I'll let you try to get back to that. Moderate dementia is some help needed with more basic daily chores. So mild dementia is help needed with complicated chores. Moderate dementia is difficulty with more basic daily chores, and severe dementia is help needed with everything. And I hope it's not, is it my connection that's having difficulty? I apologize if I don't think I'm touching the slides at all. It's all under your control.
No, Dr. Frank, it's actually just an issue with the mouse here. Sorry about that.
No problem. Okay, so that is dementia. It's memory loss and losing independence, which with different stages. So then the next question is, what is Alzheimer's? So Alzheimer's, and this is such an important point because it's going to come to the critical development in research and pharmaceutical at the end of the talk today, is that Alzheimer's is not the memory loss. Alzheimer's is the proteins that build up in the brain. Amyloid and tau, they are called. And as these normal proteins build up, they start normal, but when there's too much of them, they become toxic. And that toxicity in the brain from these proteins damages the brain cells, kills the brain cells, and causes the symptoms, the memory loss and the loss of independence. And you see, Alzheimer's, these two proteins is the most common cause of dementia in the world. So that's why Alzheimer's and dementia are sometimes used synonymously, but it's not the case. Dementia is any memory loss that takes away independence. It can be caused by other things like stroke, we call it vascular dementia. Parkinson's, we call it Parkinson's dementia. Head injury, we call it traumatic encephalopathy dementia. So dementia can be caused by many things. It's an umbrella term, but the most common cause is Alzheimer's, which is the buildup of amyloid and tau proteins. And so you may be asking, why then can't we remove these proteins? Because Alzheimer's is the cause and dementia is the effect. The proteins build up and the dementia results. So you may be asking, why don't we get rid of those proteins? Can't we get rid of the Alzheimer's proteins, the amyloid and the tau, to stop the dementia? And that is, in fact, the direction of the development we're going to talk about today, because that is exactly what we want to do. As everyone knows on the call, this Alzheimer's and the dementia it causes is a major social problem across many socioeconomic groups, as we just heard, and especially as individuals get older, that with each 5 years of life, the prevalence doubles with each 5-year gap, 65 to 70, then 70 to 75, 75 to 80. Each group doubles in prevalence, such that over 90 or 95, it's well over 50% chance. And next slide. And so in the US, we're talking about essentially 5 million now, going up to around 13.2 million by the middle of the century, very large numbers. And in Canada, about a tenth of that, as we always are, about a tenth of the states, about 500,000 Canadians now, but in the next 15 years, approaching that 1 million person mark. That's not long from now. And from the Alzheimer's Society of Canada, and that the cost, and this is well known, affecting individuals, of course, affecting their families, of course, but then societally, it's well understood that that care is at the level of home care and day programs. Of course, it's at the level of family caregiving, which is not formally remunerated, but yet it's included in this. And of course, the cost of long-term care. So significant societal impact as well, as I think you all know. And so this came from Dr. Alzheimer. He was the German psychiatrist and pathologist who saw an individual, actually she was in her 50s, who had dementia, and she passed away. And Dr. Alzheimer's used the newer kinds of microscopes that were available in 1906, because yeah, the microscopes were getting better. And under the microscope, he could see the proteins, he could see the amyloid plaques on the left there, and the tau tangles on the right there. In her brain after she passed away. And so he didn't call them amyloid and tau, but he did call them plaques and tangles. And as a result, the disease bears his name over 100 years later. And so this amyloid protein that I've been talking about, the first of the two proteins that becomes toxic, this is just a drawing of how it's created at the membrane or the covering of each of our billions of brain cells. So this is microscopic, you see, at the level of the brain cells in our brain, which we have billions of, and they're all creating this amyloid beta, the A beta little tube there you see on the right there, sort of A beta, that Greek letter beta there, comes out from the nerve cell. And it's believed that this is initially a helpful protein, which actually tries to help the brain heal, which I know is very ironic. And that's why we have evolved to have it, but in some individuals, especially those getting older, have a tendency to accumulate that helpful protein. And once it builds up too much, it is believed that it flips from helpful to hurtful, that the balance is lost in clearing away the excess or used amyloid beta, and then once there's too much of it, it becomes toxic and may lead to a cycle of production of more of it, which then damages the brain further and further, which we call Alzheimer's, and the memory loss, the dementia results. So that's what's happening microscopically. Just one more drawing here, the amyloid beta sticks to itself, and it starts causing the toxicity to the brain cells, and then they start sticking to themselves further to form the plaques. So this is the biochemical microscopic reality of why Alzheimer's causes dementia and all of the outward manifestations that we see. It's no one's fault. It is literally a biochemical cascade that you see here, where factors like age and genetics and environment, and by environment, I mean our lifestyle, or truly, yeah, the air we breathe, that's our environment, the water we drink, the food we eat, the exercise that we have, the stimulation in our lives, that's our environment. Our genetics are our DNA from our parents, and our age is how old we are, all determine how much amyloid starts to build up. And the more amyloid there is, the more likely that second protein, the tau, TAU, and the tangles starts to form. So that appears to develop second. And then after that develops inside the brain cells, the tangles then choke the brain cells, causing them to be damaged and lost. And then that leads to the symptoms of dementia. So why can't we get rid of those proteins? Can't we interfere with those proteins? That's what we'll talk about today. Now, as you well know, this development of the symptoms is not overnight. It's not over 6 months. Well, yes, there can be development over 6 months, but the overall course is not rapid. It's this gradual development over 1 to 2 to 3 years, where symptoms become very noticeable. Diagnosis develops, further functional independence develops over 5 years, and then eventually, not always behavioral problems, but there can be depression or apathy, but again, not always. And there can then require home care assistance. There can be retirement home living. There can be long-term care living. And then over 10 to 15 years, so much daily independence is lost that eventually someone becomes at risk for an infection or other illness and passes away. It's a very long and very destructive process, again, as you well know. So how do we determine this? Well, I asked those questions like I described at the beginning, try to determine the difference between the memory loss of normal aging versus not normal. And then I do some memory tests on paper. And we use these well-validated paper tests, which are still very good, even in this technological age. And we do a CAT scan or MRI to rule out any bleeding or strokes in the brain or tumors. We want to make sure there's none of those, because those can mimic the memory loss of Alzheimer's. We do blood tests to check for vitamin B12 and thyroid. Those conditions also mimic Alzheimer's and dementia. We want to see if there's any blood test abnormality, and then we try to put it all together with either myself or one of my colleagues here at the memory clinic to try to decide, is this memory loss a dementia, Alzheimer's, or is it just normal aging? And I would say about 25 to 30% of those individuals I see actually don't have Alzheimer's. They were worried they did, and family doctor made the referral, but after doing the tests, I was able to show that they do not have Alzheimer's or dementia, and they get great reassurance. But in the other 70%, there is Alzheimer's or another form of degeneration present, and then we try to start treatment and get assistance for the condition. And one of the new technologies that's not widely available in Canada yet, but maybe in the future, is a new kind of brain scan called the amyloid PET scan. PET is a different kind of imager where we inject a special tracer that can go into the brain and stick to the amyloid protein and give a picture of the brain to see if the amyloid protein is there or not. Because previously one would have to pass away, as it was in Dr. Alzheimer's time, and have the brain looked at under the microscope to see if that Alzheimer's protein amyloid was there. Now we can do this in someone who's very much alive. And as you can see in this scan on the left, it's very dark. That's very good because there is no Alzheimer's. There's no amyloid there. So that's normal on the left, dark. But on the right, it's lighting up in colors because that is the amyloid protein present on the scan that's showing that there's a lot of amyloid in that brain associated with the memory loss, and that confirms that this is a dementia due to Alzheimer's, that this is a dementia due to the amyloid protein and secondarily the tau protein. If you go to the next slide, this is a tau PET scan. So it's again, same technology, but injecting a different tracer that sticks to the tangles, not the plaques. And here you can see the tau also building up in an individual in this brain image, which is spinning around. And this is profoundly powerful technology because you do not need to wait for autopsy to confirm the protein is there. And again, the tantalizing question is, if we know it's there when someone's alive, can we get rid of that protein? We'll come to that soon. Because the treatment we use now, should we go back? We have some treatments today. You probably heard of them. These are treatments like Aricept, Galantamine, the Exelon patch. These are medicines we use for Alzheimer's now that we diagnose without those PET scans. We just base it on the history and the memory testing. But when we make that diagnosis, we can treat it. These medicines do not remove proteins. They try to boost brain cell activity to try to help the brain cope with the proteins, but they don't remove the proteins. Same with memantine. All of these medicines try to adjust the neurotransmitters in the brain to help the brain cope with the protein. But there can be side effects of those, as you can see at the next slide, that the cholinesterase inhibitors like Aricept, they boost the brain cell activity to try to cope with the protein, but they can cause stomach upset like nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and other side effects. So we do try these medicines, and we've used these medicines for over 20 years as our standard of care for Alzheimer's, but all the while knowing that we wanted something more. And of course, I'm asked, can we just prevent this condition in the first place? And the answer is probably not in everyone. Some people may yet get this condition no matter what we do, but we can try to prevent or delay it by having a healthy lifestyle. Like I mentioned, that environment around and within us. If we're controlling our blood pressure, cholesterol, diabetes, smoking cessation, loss of excess weight, mental, physical, and social activities, and healthy diet, this improves circulation and can help the brain try to clear out proteins as best it can through a healthy lifestyle. And that, in many people, could delay the onset, and therefore, in some people, even prevent the onset in their life. So that is why lifestyle is important to prevent or delay Alzheimer's. But it's true, maybe we can't stop all cases, but we could delay some. Same with sleep and mood and vision and hearing. By having good sleep, we again help the brain clear those proteins. And conditions like sleep apnea can block deep sleep, and that can block the clearing of protein. So we try to diagnose sleep apnea when we can and treat it, just like we try to diagnose and treat depression or anxiety when it's quite severe. And we try to optimize vision and hearing to give the brain as much stimulation as possible so that it can remain robust if proteins are building up. And very importantly, as I've been just mentioning for the entire talk, why can't we just remove those proteins if we know so much about the amyloid protein in the plaques and the tau protein in the tangles? Why can't we get them out of there? And this worldwide effort has been underway to make medications to do this for 20 years. Now, over that time, many such medications have been tried and have not been successful. They have removed some of the protein, but the memory was not saved. And so the medications were considered a failure. But they were refined, the clinical trials refined, especially including that PET technology. You may remember that special brain scan to prove that the amyloid is there. Those technologies have been incorporated into the clinical trials so that we know that we're recruiting individuals who have the protein we're targeting. And we're going to try to use experimental medications to remove those proteins. Next slide. And so, for example, we'll head back another one. We have two candidates. One more, I think. Antibodies, anti-amyloid antibodies. Now antibodies are proteins that our body makes ourselves, usually against infections like viruses and bacteria. We make antibodies, which are themselves tiny proteins that stick to viruses and allow the body to destroy them. In this situation, we are creating in the laboratory our own antibodies, which are compatible with human beings, that stick to the amyloid protein, not a virus or a bacteria, but the amyloid culprit. These antibodies are given intravenously, so into the vein. That's a bit more complicated than a pill. And two specific antibody treatments called lecanemab or donanemab have been looked at for the past 3 years. And here at our hospital in Ottawa, donanemab was a treatment that we were recruiting individuals to have tested. And thankfully, in 2022, late 2022, the first success in a clinical trial was revealed. After failures of such treatment and other types over the previous 15 years. So after all that time, finally a positive result, which was then published in the New England Journal of Medicine, lecanemab, the anti-amyloid antibody given intravenously, showed, next slide, a 27% slowing of Alzheimer's disease. So what you see here is over time, 18 months, with memory on the y-axis, the vertical axis. These are individuals in the orange who got the medication. Blue did not get the medication. It was all blinded, so no one knew what they were getting. They were getting intravenous infusions every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks for 18 months. That's a lot of infusions for sure. But at the end, there was a difference of 27% in the rate of deterioration. So this did not cure the condition, didn't reverse everything. It didn't fully arrest the condition, although that was the desire, but it did not do that. Rather, it changed the rate of decline or altered the slope of the deterioration by 27%. And some individuals, of course, react to this as a huge difference. Some people feel it's not a huge difference. In my view, it is definitely a difference and a form of progress which is desperately needed in our field. And furthermore, if such a medicine could be started at the earliest stages, then that 27% might grow in its magnitude over beyond 18 months, and more long-term data is being collected to see if beyond 18 months, a year and a half, that the benefit may continue to grow as these curves diverge further over time. Because as we discussed, and as you know, Alzheimer's disease is a long condition over 5 years, over 7, 8 years, 10 years. Could that 27% represent a major difference after 7 or 8 years? That is the key next question from this data. And then just a few months later, next slide, it was donanemab, the second anti-amyloid antibody, that showed 35% slowing. So from 27 to 35%. So two separate medications tested by two separate companies, the latter of which donanemab was being tested here at our hospital, showed similar results. Next slide. In slowing the condition, and again, this here was the main analysis, that it was 35% slowing at 76 weeks, which is a year and a half. Look, you can see the curves are possibly diverging over time. This is what we're going to test over a longer period of time to see if over the long period of time that Alzheimer's can affect us. And a treatment like this, which, by the way, and here this is important, is that these treatments intravenously go into the brain, stick to the amyloid, and allow the brain to clear about 85% of the amyloid. And that is measured on that PET scan that I showed you. And the slowing of the memory deterioration here is about 35%. So is this difference going to be maintained, possibly amplified over time? Beyond the year and a half, we are going to see, because both lecanemab, the first one, and donanemab have been submitted to Health Canada, who needs to decide within the next year if one or both of those can be used here in Canada. And it is our hope here at our clinic is that if it is allowed, then we would start to use it, to try to use these treatments in the real world, especially with individuals perhaps at the mildest stage, to see if this benefit translates into the real world beyond the clinical trial. Next slide. because one of the subgroup analyses, this is very interesting to me, is that when they just looked at those with mild cognitive impairment, these are individuals, mild cognitive impairment, or MCI, is defined as memory loss, which does not yet affect independence. So it does not meet the dementia threshold yet. It's Alzheimer's because there's amyloid and tau, as we see on the PET scan, but it has not affected independence yet. So we call that mild cognitive impairment. It is a risk state for worsening and a risk state for dementia later due to Alzheimer's. And this is a treatable state, mild cognitive impairment, with evidence of amyloid and tau on the PET scan. This is an early treatable state with donanemab, and here they saw a 60% slowing. See, if this turns out to be the case in real life, that is a major benefit. If we can detect Alzheimer's early and treat early, potentially, then I could see that being a major benefit to people's lives. This is hopeful to me, but needs to be validated in real life. And these medicines are intravenous, so you have to submit to an infusion every 2 weeks for lecanemab and every 1 month with the second one, donanemab. That's a lot of intravenous, especially for the lecanemab. However, they are reformulating lecanemab as a subcutaneous injection you can give at home. So that has been easier for people to use, so that's encouraging. But even then, these medicines can cause side effects like swelling in the brain in up to 20%. Now, those getting symptoms, this is important, swelling and even bleeding in the brain are possible side effects, but usually there's no symptoms from that. Nevertheless, we monitor for these side effects very closely, but and this is the key, up to 6% of individuals taking these types of medicines in the clinical trials got symptoms from the swelling, that is headache and nausea, dizziness, confusion, and in a very small percentage, next slide please, just approaching 1%. And you can see here, these are the individual getting the swelling or bleeding in the brain from the treatment. Those in the black were getting some of the swelling or bleeding, but those in the red there, this is out of 100 people, 6 of the 100 were getting symptoms. And 1 out of 100, so it's not marked here, but the one person here in the upper left corner, they would have symptoms which don't fully resolve. So despite the hope of the treatment that I feel, there's the burden of the intravenous, and there's the chance of swelling and bleeding in the brain, which perhaps has nearly a 1% chance of being a permanent stroke-like side effect. So all of this is a lot to digest and consider if a family member is thinking of using this in the relatively near future, if Health Canada allows us to use it. And of course, that we're looking at anti-tau antibodies as well. These are in earlier clinical trials, and by all means, we hope that the 2 successes in anti-amyloid antibodies are just the first of many advances to come, because the research is not stopping, and we would hope to have many different medications, maybe each one improving on the last. And yes, here at Bruyere and elsewhere in Canada, we're testing computerized memory testing. We're testing virtual reality and GPS technology, virtual reality where you wear a goggle to try to transport you to other locations if you are experiencing social isolation. GPS technologies with longer battery life in case there's wandering, and the in-home monitoring smart home, so individuals can live at home longer safely, even with dementia, where sensors might ensure that someone is, yes, moving about normally, opening the fridge to get food, opening the pill box to get their medications, and not leaving the house at night. So this is using technology to allow someone to be safe at home. All of these trying to improve quality of life in individuals with and without dementia. So to summarize, as you know, dementia, which is memory loss and losing independence due to Alzheimer's, which is the buildup of amyloid and tau proteins, is a threat to us and our families and all of society as a whole, especially now and over the next generation, given the aging population. And we have current treatments, like I described, Aricept, the Exelon patch, and Memantine. They have a modest benefit. And we've used them for 20 years to try to help the brain cells cope with the proteins building up, but they do not remove the protein. Rather, we use vascular risk factor control like blood pressure, cholesterol, diabetes, as well as exercise, hobbies, socializing to maintain good circulation, good sleep, good mood, all of which trying to maintain the oxygen and circulation in the brain to help clear out those proteins. But what we really need is perhaps a medication that can remove amyloid and tau to directly affect the underlying condition, the underlying cause of Alzheimer's disease as we understand it. And thankfully, lecanemab and donanemab, these intravenous anti-amyloid antibodies, have shown success over the last year and a half and have been submitted to Health Canada. So these might become options, potentially specifically in early symptoms, mild cognitive impairment, that we could start to use in the real world this year and next, hoping to replicate the clinical trial and give people a better life despite this diagnosis with preserved memory, cognitive functioning, and daily activities. Thank you for your attention.
So Dr. Frank, I'm not sure if you can hear the applause in the room, but I know that everyone was very focused throughout your presentation. And, you know, we've been waiting a very long time to have anything that looked like a treatment that could take us to actually modifying this disease. So it's very exciting to hear in the last couple of years that some of these new medications are coming onto the consumer market in other parts of the world where they are already available. They're currently available in Canada through clinical trials. And as you mentioned, they're before Health Canada for review, the two medications currently. So I'm just gonna see if there's questions here in the room for you. Are you okay to take a couple of questions?
Of course.
So Laura will jump around with the mic if you have questions. Certainly, and please put your hand up. Don't feel like you're interrupting me, but certainly when you talked about the significant difference in mild cognitive impairment versus early dementia, I just think about our healthcare system and how we really need to make improvements in early detection and diagnosis of mild cognitive impairment, especially as these medications come onto the market. So certainly like something for us to think about today.
Agree, Jamie.
Based on that they let them look past these treatments on their own, not put any more conditions on to make sure that they offer about that treatment specifically and not adding more conditions. So that it's not a combination of that, those treatments with the medications that are currently available. And I'm assuming that they haven't tried anything yet to see what we ever do or any complications.
Do you mean like Aricept, like the available?
Yes.
So the question in the audience is about whether or not in the studies that they've done so far, they were they removed treatment using the other medications and only tested these new medications alone so that there wasn't like an interaction between them?
No,
Or did
no.
people continue on Ariset and those
Yes.
types of things while they took the new medication?
Yes, everyone was allowed to remain on the standard of care. We would never, it's unethical to remove the standard of care. So everyone remained on the standard of care medications such as Aricept. And they made sure that both groups, both those in the placebo group and the treatment group, each group was equal in terms of the medications that they were on.
Great. There's just a question coming at the front. I did notice while Laura's walking up here, that you didn't discuss aducanumab today, or Aduhelm, which is another medication that has been approved elsewhere. Do you have any message you want to provide about that particular medication?
Sure, thank you for that question. So yeah, aducanumab, these huge names of each one, they're all anti-amyloid antibodies, including aducanumab, Aduhelm. And so the clinical trial results of that medication, and yes, we were involved in that clinical trial here in Ottawa as well. The results of that clinical trial were, they were equivocal, that is to say they were not confirmatory, they were slightly contradictory. So in that sense, some of the group benefited, some of the group did not benefit compared to placebo. So when taken as a whole, that does not meet the level of evidence to approve such a medication. And so as a collective expert group in Canada, we felt that that was, while we were, of course, wishing for advancement, as we all are, that contradictory evidence was insufficient to meet what should be a high bar of evidence to approve a new medication. We'd all agree that. So while it was approved in the United States, it was very controversial in the United States, and in Canada it was not approved. And we understood that in Canada that it should not be approved, and so it will not be approved, and therefore the attention moved towards lecanemab.
Perfect, thank you. I'm going to move to the room now and take one question, and then we have two in the chat pod.
I have diabetes, and I wonder if anything is being done, any of the trials are being done on Pringle Island, or how I, for example, could be involved with those.
So the question is about how, if persons in Prince Edward Island can become involved in any of the current clinical trials that are underway.
I am part of a national consortium of clinical trials sites in cognition Alzheimer's. At this moment, it is not known to me if there is a site in PEI. And if there is, I would throw it back to you, Jaime, if you are aware of any clinical trial sites in PEI, if you could provide that information. And of course, I am aware of sites in other maritime provinces like Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. I do not know.
I'm not aware of any clinical trials here either, but Nova Scotia, I believe people from Prince Edward Island have been participating in the Nova Scotia trial. Okay, so from the chat pod, one of the questions is about, are these new treatments approved in other countries?
Thank you. Yes, so lecanemab, the first one that I showed, was approved in the United States by the FDA in July of 2023. So it's just slowly being rolled out in the United States. Again, as Jaime said, the infrastructure of detecting early and doing those PET scans and giving the infusions being rolled out in the States over the past 6 months or so. And the United States is due to approve donanemab, the second one I showed, very soon. I expect news on that front very soon in the United States. And donanemab really has not yet been approved anywhere, so the United States would likely be the first and soon. Lecanemab, in addition to the United States, has also been approved in Japan and China, but has still being considered by the European Union and being considered by Health Canada. And donanemab, the second one, is also being considered by Health Canada.
Thank you. Can you comment on whether you are doing any research on using ultrasound as a method of removing the plaques? And whether you feel this is an approach that has future potential for treatment?
And you might be referencing that recent piece on 60 Minutes and in the media about using ultrasound to vibrate tiny bubbles in the brain that can be injected to try to tease apart the blood-brain barrier, which allows medicines like lecanemab, and I think they were even using aducanumab to try to cross the blood-brain barrier by using ultrasound to just open the spaces in the brain to allow the medicine to get in so that it can stick to the protein and get it out. So we are not doing that in Ottawa, but at the same time, I support the concept, and I was aware for a time that it was being investigated in Toronto. But the 60 Minutes piece was showing the development in the United States. So in general, I support the concept. Just like always, I'm wary of side effects. We don't want ultrasound to cause bleeding in the brain by teasing apart the gaps in the brain that would cause bleeding. We don't want too much of the medicine going in the brain and causing more of that swelling that I talked about. So there's always the counter arguments to the 60 Minutes piece on using ultrasound. But if it's tested properly as part of a clinical trial where you're checking individuals on the ultrasound versus placebo in a double-blind fashion, where you're monitoring safety, if the cognitive benefit is enhanced by ultrasound, we would love to bring that technology to Ottawa.
Thank you for all these great questions. Are there any more questions here in the room for Dr. Frank? It's a very exciting time. We do have one more question. It's very exciting, very hopeful, and you know, we really do want to build awareness of the whole picture, that these medications, you know, they do come with potential risk, and we need to be aware of that, but then make a decision for ourselves. That's sort of part of today, and part of what we're going to do ongoing is just continue educating about both the benefits as well as risks.
Well said, Jamie.
So I'm just wondering, in the clinical trials, how was the decrease in like the worsening state of dementia measured for the individuals on the medication versus on the placebo?
So the question is about the clinical observation of the reduced progression. So how was that being measured? So in addition to the PET scans and looking at the amyloid change, what was the clinical measure, and were they the same in both groups?
In both, even both drugs. Oh, certainly within a trial, within a single
within the trial,
trial, it was definitely the same in both the drug group and the placebo group for sure. And then there were the two trials. And essential, so firstly, it is a memory test. Yeah, so this is not just the PET scan. We are actually measuring memory. We are measuring functioning based on questionnaires and other cognitive domains like words, concentration, problem solving in a paper-based test. So yes, this was a real-life cognitive functional test, and that was the primary endpoint, because that's what actually matters, is the memory. Removing amyloid is wonderful, but what really matters is memory. And so in the lecanemab trial, the first one, the memory test was called the CDR, Clinical Dementia Rating. It's been used for decades to try to measure memory in clinical trials. In the second trial, donanemab, another scale was used called IADRS, which was a combination of two other commonly used scales. They were squished together, and it created a new, more robust endpoint, which measures memory and functioning, again, based on scales that have been used for 20 years. That was the primary endpoint for donanemab, but the CDR, which was the primary endpoint in the first trial, was used as the secondary endpoint in the second trial. So there's some overlap there. In the end, these are generally considered accurate scales and have been used for up to 20 years in clinical trials. Are they perfect? I don't know if any memory test on paper is perfect. But are they measuring memory and functioning? Yes, they are. And so can we trust the data? I feel that the results are correct. Now, are they enough? That, as Jaime said, is the key. Is 27% slowing or 35% slowing enough to justify a risk? That is the key question. But to have the trials through memory tests shown that these treatments appear to be creating a slowing of disease, I think we can be confident in that.
There's a question in the Q&A online, and the question is, if I have cholinesterase deficiency, can you take cholinesterase inhibitors?
I do not think so. Now that is an interesting question. Cholinesterase, you have a measured cholinesterase deficiency as a result of either an immune or genetic condition. Since the medications, well, they boost the cholinesterase inhibitor, they boost the cholinesterase activity. On face value, I would be concerned, but it would be helpful for me to confer with the specialist you're seeing to explore that option.
Any other questions in the room today? Perfect. Well, thank you again, Dr. Frank, for joining us virtually. Hopefully we can convince you to come down. Maybe we'll do a summer conference.
That sounds lovely.
Wonderful. So I'm going to let Jaclyn say a couple of closing words. Before I do, and before you run out of here, there's a beautiful earring that someone might be missing. And like every woman just went like this. It looks like dried flowers, and they're forget-me-nots inside of a resin. So if you're missing this, okay, perfect, I'll bring it over. So Jack's going to come close the conference, but I would like to say thank you on behalf of myself. And this is something I've been meaning to do all day. Could I please have a round of applause for my team who worked so very hard to organize the conference? And I also want to thank all the volunteers that came and helped us to set up and have supported us throughout the day. We really couldn't do this without the support of our volunteers, and we're very appreciative and have a great time working with them. So, so thank you again for coming. I'll let Jaclyn come up and speak, and we'll be here to answer questions and chat with you for a while if you would like. And we'll see you next time. So take care.
All right, our team was thrilled and so excited to be able to offer this conference to you all today. The agenda was amazing. We were really excited about that. Fascinating information. So I hope that that can benefit you, if not all of it, some of it, in your dementia journey, whatever that looks like, and in your work as well. So we also want to thank the sponsors that we had mentioned earlier today, and thank them again. We couldn't do this without you. We also want you to fill in the evaluations if you can. The evaluation police will be unleashed shortly to make sure you do that. They really won't. But we would appreciate the feedback, and that can help us plan for next year. So thank you very, very much for coming. It was great to see you all. So pleased with the turnout that we had. And please drive safe. Hopefully it's a better driving conditions than it was this morning. So thank you very much.